The following program is for adult audiences only.
Every day I see miserable people doing things they hate just to fit in. I know it's easier to get along peacefully, but have you ever thought about you? Don't know why I keep on doing what I'm told to do, when the rules are made up by someone we never knew. Baby, wipe your tears and hear me out. We don't need someone to feel alright. Let's do the streets on Monday. Let's call your exes and tell them they can join us too. Why always worry about money when you can get rich by trying to see the upside? I know it's hard sometimes to believe it, that you deserve more. Let me say it. Oh, quit the job you hate and love the ones you love. 'Cause have you ever really thought about you? Don't know why I keep on doing what I'm told to do, when the rules are made up by someone we never knew. Baby, wipe your tears and hear me out. We don't need someone to feel alright. Let's do the streets on Monday. Let's call your exes and tell them they can join us too. Why always worry about money when you can get rich by trying to see the upside? We don't need someone to feel alright. Let's do the streets on Monday. Let's call your exes and tell them they can join us too. Why always worry about money when you can get rich by trying to see the upside?
Baby, I can't believe it. 어케미를 다녀왔어. 하루 종일 all day. 어쩌다인지도 모르게 쓰러졌어. 끌어안게 만져. 끝없이 해마다 다시 chasing you again. 잡힐 듯 스치듯 하다 미끄러져. You make me better than I've ever been. 온종일 너의 곁을 떠나기가 싫어. 어지러운 지금 이 느낌이 좋아. Right now 점점 더 빠져들어가. 내 숨이 차올라. 너의 사랑을 받아. 사라지자. No, I can't stop this feeling. Baby, 나는 네가 무슨 생각인지 도저히 모르겠어. No matter what 작은 말조차도 나에게 fancy 해. 끝없이 해마다 다시 chasing you again. 내게 하고 싶은 말. Baby, one more time. Oh. You make me better than I've ever been. 온종일 너의 곁을 떠나기가 싫어. 어지러운 지금 이 느낌이 좋아. Right now 점점 더 빠져들어가. 바람처럼 take a risk for me. 쏟아지는 starlight 그 아래서 너와 나. You make me better than I've ever been. 온종일 너의 곁을 떠나기가 싫어. 어지러운 지금 이 느낌이 좋아. Right now 점점 더 빠져들어가. 내 숨이 차올라. 너의 사랑을 받아. 쓰러지자. No, I can't stop this feeling. 내 숨이 차올라. 너의 사랑을 받아. 쓰러지자. No, I can't stop this feeling.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything, we would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but we'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and my good buddy, Kenny, the Vaping Heed.
Hello. How are you all doing? We're back.
We're all having a fantastic day now that we got our audio situation taken care of. What a disaster.
Woohoo. Sorted.
I thought I had an issue on my end that I corrected after the show, and then he got on there and he went to hook his Bluetooth up, and then he screwed it all up. Windows is like, hey, let me mess with your settings. You thought you had him right. Let me change him again. He's like, no, change it back. Yeah. Windows is like, okay, we'll change it back. Then he tried to connect it inside a voice meter, and it went, we got a new default communications device. You can't use that one. We are using it.
Yeah, up you, up yours.
We almost didn't have a show today. He almost blew up his computer. If it wasn't for the fact he got a new video card and he's in love with it, he probably would have killed his computer.
Definitely. It would have been up and out of the window. Or the window's that way. Sorry, up and out of the window.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got it figured out eventually. He whipped it into the submission.
Windows, man, it's off. It's just pathetic. It is. It's ridiculous.
He ran over into his bedroom, pulled the drawer open, grabbed the whips and chains, and he brought it in there. And he's like, "Listen, I'm going to use it on you if you don't leave the settings I put alone." And it finally submitted.
Once I got the 3-pound Mel hammer out, you know what I mean? And then the chainsaw.
It thought about it a while. It was gonna be bad. And as you guys saw in the intro, I took a day and I actually, had a mental health day and decided, you know what? My wife, when she cleaned out the camper, she brought home this kit that I originally bought for camp and never got around to doing. So I took a day that she was watching the football game and built this model. A good old Corsair.
He's not just a pretty face, is he, guys and gals? Eh?
I'm like, I forgot how much I enjoyed doing that kind of stuff.
Oh, it's awesome, man.
It's fantastic. Awesome. And it doesn't mean that we're not doing a retro vape. We're still doing a retro vape. Here's the Aspire PockeX, because I got sent up, 2 coils to go in here. So we're going to do that as our retro vape for this week.
Actually giving you more than one coil. Wow.
Well, there was a 5-pack in here, and he used 3 of them and sent me this one so that we could revisit our Aspire PockeX and do that as a thing. And in order for us to do that, well, I placed an order, and I got some beautiful, I'm in the hunt for a beautiful pineapple. So Vapetasia makes this Pineapple Express. We're going to try that out today when we do our retro vape.
Awesome.
And Christmas is coming. Holy cows. You saw Kenny's got a beautiful decoration set up in the background there. We're not decorating our house because we're going to my mother's house for Christmas to celebrate with her. We're taking our tree with us. Set it up for her Christmas Eve. Surprise her. She thinks she's going to be alone for Christmas. We're going to go visit her.
No. Awesome, man.
But
awesome.
That means this is the last opportunity for us to, throw some e-liquid together for Kenny's Christmas box.
Oh.
And get that thing on its way over to there. He's already sent his on his way over here. So that means I got to get my ass in gear and get that package moving that direction.
It's just this year we've decided to try and get everything organized a bit earlier instead of using everything as a last-minute panic and rush like we always do.
Well, it wasn't so much of a panic and rush for me because, I'm when I go to ship it, especially because I'm shipping you, perishable items, I want it to be there like 2-3 days, So I'd rather dish up the extra 40 quid that it's going to take to get it, 2-day shipping, not overnight, but priority business shipping. And I want you to get your sodas in one piece.
I think you'll get them there, man. We should be okay. I don't know where the tracking is. I've never checked the tracking yet, so I don't know where it is. But like you said, you should get a notification, shouldn't you? When
I'm not worried about it. I'll get notified once it gets into the Pittsburgh area. But somewhere along the way, it's coming UPS because the post office picking it up from the UPS distribution center here in North Apollo. And once they get it to, finish the delivery of the thing, then I'll get notified of it. It'll be 2 days from the time they notify me. So whatever. I'm not worried about it. We'll get there. And my wife even yelled at me. She's like, "How come you only send them one package a year? You should be nice and send them something in the middle of the year, like Christmas in July or something." I'm like, that's a nice idea for a show. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know.
We shall see. Yeah.
We'll play it by ear.
Play it by ear. There you go. There's your receipt there.
All right. So anyway, today's show is called Marginalized Mayhem. Last week, I attended the e-cigarette summit in the UK. Got my fat ass out of bed.
Yes, you stopped up.
3 o'clock in the morning.
You stopped
so
up. You got up in the middle of the night, then mad person.
Yeah. I got up in the middle of the night and I set up OBS to record the whole thing, and I was upset about the fact they don't have pop-out chat. So you can watch it and chat, or you can just watch it. I'm like, I'm recording it. Because in the past, there's been certain sessions that weren't uploaded after the thing. Like, I don't know if there was technical difficulties or they just didn't want that certain kind of information put out there. I don't know what the reasoning was behind it. So I'm like, I am recording it from the second that it airs, all 4 sessions. I've got 4 recordings of it. And normally, I go and I sit through and I edit it down and give you guys a summary of it. But that's the reason today's show, amongst other 3 things, why we're talking about marginalized mayhem. 8 million people die a year from smoking cigarettes, and that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed at all, probably over a decade. If anything, it's gotten worse over when you go 10 years back. I think they only said it was 7 million back then. Now it's up to 8, and the population's growing, so I'm like, they should be making progress, but they're not, because all they want to do is stigmatize us and make us pay more for cigarettes, more taxes. And then they start taxing vapes because they treat vaping and smoking the same. And then they can't figure out why nobody's quitting smoking. Well, when they ban it and it becomes black market products, like here in the United States, you got a vape mail ban, so technically you're not allowed to ship it through the mail. But we do it anyway because we don't care about their stupid laws. And in Australia, they don't care about the stupid laws. The black market cartels are making a mint right now.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me to find out that some of those cartels are funding terrorism. But they don't care because they're tough on tobacco.
Yay! I found it.
Did you?
I found your parcel. It's currently at Stansted Airport in the UK.
Plan B, hello and welcome.
Thought I told you that I love you so. It'll
get there. I ain't worried about it.
Yeah, it's at Stansted Airport on the 8th of the 12th, 2024. So it's probably sitting in customs waiting to go.
Yep.
I'm
Mine
very
did that
pleased.
with you. It sat in customs here in the States when it was being exported because they had to run it through x-ray machines and all this new high-tech finangled stuff. And then it did its quick overnight flight to the UK, and then it sat in customs in the UK in some warehouse there. And then it got shipped north to some customs warehouse where you had to go and pay your duties on it or your import or your VAT or
That's
something.
right,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Gotta pay import
Which I think is
duty.
ridiculous. If you're sending a person-to-person package, because you want to surprise your mate for Christmas, I mean, how are you going to surprise him if he's got to show up and pay VAT?
Shit, man. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous.
I don't
Yeah,
understand it.
I'm-
Anyway,
I'm quite
getting back to this whole e-cigarette summit deal. Marginalized mayhem. Last e-cigarette summit here in Washington, D.C., Ben Udan, who's the director of ASH New Zealand, was talking about how New Zealand is going to be reaching their smoke-free goal by the end of 2025. So they're ahead of the schedule and may reach it by the end of this year. So I was really looking
pretty much
forward
there,
to
aren't
his
they?
presentation.
Good,
And you
they're
know what his
pretty much there
presentation
now.
was on? It wasn't that he was celebrating that we're going to reach our smoke-free goals for the majority of the country. He was talking about the change in regulations and the change in political, agendas from the one party to the latest party that got voted in and why they're changing their laws. And they were going to have a new set of laws that were implemented, but then they weren't implemented. So now they're going to implement some new laws and what these laws are and how they're different from the last one. And listen, I was looking for some inspiration to use New Zealand and stand them up on the pedestal and talk about how the UK is just, you're no longer the epitome of tobacco harm reduction. You guys are falling behind.
We're dropping down the list.
And looking at the United States, latest figures out, 1.9% of youth are smoking. Well, where's the celebration?
Exactly.
They've already got a whole generation of kids that are not going to smoke cigarettes ever again. Nobody's celebrating. We're just marginalizing the mayhem. All of the disastrous things that are happening, the Australian tobacconist fire bombings, I don't know. Did we hit 200? We were like 199 yesterday, last I saw. I honestly thought we were going to hit 200 by this week.
Should be too far away, I would have thought.
We talked about that 2 weeks ago. How one of the fires actually endangered a school. So how are you protecting the kids when the tobacconist fire bombings are taking out daycares and schools? That's not protecting the kids. I mean, what's going on? Everything's being marginalized. Nothing to worry about. It's just business as usual. Another fire bombing. No big deal. What? Do we not care about people's lives?
Nope.
Maybe Kenny is right. Maybe this is all just population control.
Told you, I'm not a theorist, or I'm not, but it's AI and all that shit. Yeah, it's there. I'm telling you. You mark my words, people. Mark my words.
They have such opportunities available to them, and nobody's moving on it. You take the good, you take the bad, and there you have the facts of life. But, you're supposed to chase the good and dispel the bad. And they're not doing that. They're doing the opposite. Exaggerating harms where there are none, and not allowing the truth to be told about the benefits of nicotine consumption.
It's as long as that bank balance is doing all right, they don't care, mate. That's the thing.
That's exactly it. Campaign for tobacco-free kids, parents against vaping e-cigarettes, they only care about their bank accounts. And whether or not these CEOs are making six-figure incomes, trash-talking vaping, get to keep their jobs.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, it's left to the consumers like you and me that don't make a dime on this. This is nothing but a money pit that we just keep dumping money into to produce this show. Are the only ones that are actually converting smokers into vapors. And the few remaining vape shops that are supplying these products that are way more effective than anything else out there to quit smoking. How is this right? It's crazy.
That's why the likes of us end up just banging our head against a wall, who are not surprised by anything anymore. That's where we're at, aren't we?
It's truly gotten to that point now. I remember I used to get so pissed off when I read some of the stuff that was going on out there. And now it's like, it's like when I, first became a paramedic and I was, going into the car crashes and to the house fires and seeing burned people and seeing people with their intestines hanging out, show up on scene of a motorcycle crash and the guy's intestines are literally hanging in their thing, and doing everything I can to hold back, puking my guts out. And after doing that for, 5 or 10 years and learning how to compartmentalize the situation and focusing on what needs to be done and deal with the emotional trauma of the situation later. And then what ends up happening is you never end up dealing with that emotional trauma, and then you have nightmares about it, 5, 10 years down the road. But that's neither here nor there. The point is, we get numb to all this crap. There's no wonder you can't recruit new advocates out there, because they just go, well, as long as I can get my shit, I don't care. Why are they going to listen to me?
And the thing is, they still will get whatever they get, because, like you say, black market will fly, so they'll still get what they want to get.
And the industry is going to constantly adapt. I'm working on, finalizing this review on this thing. And to be honest with you, the only reason I didn't publish it is because I want to make sure that if I buy from a store, I'm going to get the same results as I got with the one that was sent to me. When they advertised 30,000 puffs, I'm like, my wife said that she went through one in 3 days, but she can't remember exactly when she started and exactly when she finished. So I'm like,
yeah.
All right, you wanted more because you loved it? Because you loved how simple it was? You loved being able to swap flavors in the middle of the day? Fine. We ordered more. She picked whatever flavor she wanted. We got 10 more of them. So I'm waiting for her to kill one that we just bought before I finish my final thoughts and finish editing this video. But this is a perfect example of how the industry is going to constantly adapt. Does ban disposables? No problem. It's no longer disposable. It looks like one. It functions like one. But it's now separated and it's not disposable. You can refill both the tank and you can recharge the mod and you can put the mod on another tank and...
Exactly.
Job done.
Always a way around it.
And don't think that other disposable manufacturers aren't going to end up doing the same thing.
Of course not. Of course it will. It is a disposable now because he's just chucked it on the floor.
And I retrieved it and it works just fine. And I am in love. I really wish this is one of the flavors I would have picked originally. Strawberry Banana Dream.
Ooh.
The ice is still a little more than I would like it to be, but you definitely get the strawberry and the banana. So, out of the 10 that we ordered, that one's mine. The rest of them are all hers. Plus, she got the 3 that they originally sent me.
You claimed one, eh?
Whatever.
Well, you've got to.
I've got so much stuff here, and it's just like, you know, each time I order one thing, that's like I'm really excited to try this Vape Tasia. They were one of the ones that reached out to me and said, hey, we want to send you our latest stuff. I'm like, okay, send it to me. Here's my address. Never heard from them. And that's not unusual. There's been dozens of times that somebody reached out to me and I never got a package from them.
You go a lot like that, actually. I've had a few like that. Have a look at this. I need bother. There you go. Send it out whenever you're ready. No, nothing happened.
And then you get somebody that wants to negotiate all these little different terms, and we want you to post this and post this. And I'm like, I can't put links into my videos. I'm sorry. It's prohibited. I don't want to lose my channel like Mark did. Mm-hmm. You know, knock on wood, he got it back, but still. Not worth taking the chance.
Last one I had that reached out was for disposable. They wanted to see me video and all that before I uploaded. I went, no, not happening.
If there's a problem with it that I think you should fix, I'm going to email you before I post the video, and I want to see what your reaction is to it, like I did with the Hell Vape one. And then I'm going to sit back, and if I don't hear from you, I'm going to publish my video. And I'm also going to publish it in a way like if I purchase this thing, well, I'm stuck with it now. Element's not going to take it back. E-Cig Mafia is not going to take it back if it doesn't work.
Nope.
Best case scenario, they might send you a replacement. Or they might just ignore you. I don't know.
Yeah.
But so let's figure out a way to fix it. And then I'm going to tell you how to fix it, if it's possible to fix it.
Or improve it, whichever. That's the point of the review, you know what I mean?
Senator Liberty Radio, hello and welcome.
Hello.
Cool. Got 2 YouTubers here. Sortiel's here. Just made him a mod. First time I remember seeing him in chat. And we got Patrick, Senator Liberty Radio. Did you hear about the Late Night Vape Show?
No.
YouTube took his monetization away from him.
They're kidding. Again. Hey.
I guess he got another strike or something for something, and he's about ready to hang up his hat. He's like, what's the fucking point?
It's that time of year again when you'll have a couple of years where YouTube do nothing, and all of a sudden, I think they used to do it every 2 or 3 years. They used to do it with your subscribers as well. You know, like all your dead subscribers that you've got. They used to take them off your totals. And then they used to strike. Then a scenario where they just give everybody strikes for whatever, no reason. And they used to do it every couple of years. And I think it's getting to that again. I just think that's like, strike. Sorry, I'm just hitting mic. And I think that's what they're doing again. I've never had a strike yet. Fucking touch wood. I mean, not that I'm like a big channel.
Vic got another one too.
Vic got another one. But he's changing his format. He's just going to do an intro on YouTube and do the full review on Rumble. Cover his backside.
I'm really hoping that once Trump takes office and they start changing some of these people around at the FDA, some of this stuff is just going to go by the wayside.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no direct reason for YouTube to change their policies, but if the messaging from the FDA changes, And I bitched about that on Twitter yesterday. I went to go look, FDA posted something, and I clicked on the link, and it said last updated 2022, March or April of 2022. And I'm like, this is the best we can do? $1 million a day you guys are spending at the FDA CTP, and this is the best you can do? Last updated of 2022?
Wow.
Are you still talking about a volley?
Holy shit. So I'm saying, you think, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
A waste of money. $1 million a day. That's like, I posted last week about how Bloomberg has spent, like $168 billion or $168 million a year, some shit number like that. And I'm like, that's roughly $5 per smoker in the United States. If you bought it in mass and bought it in bulk, the United States government could technically do the same thing the UK did and give everybody that smokes, that chooses to participate, a free vape starter kit. And knowing what we know about the science, it's the most effective way to quit smoking. At least 50% of them will give up smoking for a little period of time. All of them are going to reduce their cigarette consumption because if you're vaping, you're not smoking. That's why vaping is not smoking. If you're sucking on this for nicotine, you don't need to light up a cigarette.
Exactly.
Because you're going to get your nick from here. So everybody would have reduced their cigarette combustion. Half of them would have quit smoking for a short period of time. And I'd be willing to bet, looking at the latest studies and statistics, that at least 30% of them would have permanently quit smoking with vaping.
Easy.
Most of them would be vapors for a while. Some of them would be vapors permanently. But at least 30% of the people, 30% of 30 million people in this country would have quit smoking had Bloomberg spent that on giving people vape starter kits instead of this fear-mongering crap we deal with in the news week after week after week.
Of course. But again, these millions and millions of dollars are going into anti-vape and not pro-vape, and so...
Well, you can't hide from the science. Eventually, the science will come around. I don't care how much junk science you put out there. It's easy to disprove junk science if it's junk.
Yeah.
It takes a long time, and there's hardly anybody out there that is doing that, but it is being done. So eventually the truth will come out, whether it's in our lifetime or not. God only knows. It's all a matter of, how long is it going to take before these people switch what they're doing to follow the science that actually shows that this is the best way to quit. You attract more bees to honey than you do vinegar. So ditch the vinegar and start offering people something that is more enjoyable than what they're doing now. Job done. Move on to something else.
Exactly. Like you said, at the end of the day, they're all simple solutions. That's not rocket science, and yet nobody's interested in implementing them.
And that's the other reason why I'm not really going to talk about the e-cigarette summit this year. The only one that was actually worth listening to, that actually would be something that people that watch this show would welcome, is the presentation from Clive Bates. But he was so focused this year on sticking to his time limit that he was literally rushing through it all. Some of it's stuff we've already heard before. Some of it was just stuff that all tobacco control people are going to be like, what? Bullshit. Because his premise was, and it's true, I totally agree with it, that at this point, the only thing tobacco control has is side effects. Unintended consequences that are not unintended because they've been done before and it's never fucking worked. So therefore, they're intended side effects. They can't be anything else. Jacking up cigarette taxes, does that stop us from buying cigarettes? No. When the price went up, we bitched about it, and we bought a pack of cigarettes the next day. And when I was in Niagara Falls, and I was in New York, and I ran out of cigarettes, I coughed up to $15 it cost to buy a pack of cigarettes in New York. and looks forward to
something you
coming
did.
home as soon as possible so I could buy them again at $10 a pack.
It's just something you always managed to do, wasn't it? It didn't matter how much it cost, you always managed to scrape something up to go and buy a pack.
Here's a question for you guys, all of you out there, and obviously you too, Kenny. How much did you pay for your first pack of cigarettes that you paid for? Not the one you stole from your mom and dad or whoever.
I know exactly. It was before we were decimalized here, and I bought 10 Sovereign, that was the brand, 37.5 pence. Or 10 Sovereign. And that's when they used to sell them in 10s. They don't sell them in 10s anymore now. It's 19. We call them 20s, but the packs are 19 or something now. But it was 10 Sovereign, and it was 37.5 pence. So there you go. That's always one fact that stuck in my head. Because I went, yay!
Cheryl Demers bought her first pack for 75 cents. Six-pack kid spent $6 for Marlboro Reds. Mallory Gates, hello and welcome. You were here earlier. StreamerBot didn't catch you.
When we went on holiday to Spain, before the euro came in, you could get a pack of 200 for £6 in Spain.
Mallory bought hers on base in the military, 50 cents for a pack of Marlboro Reds.
Wow.
Robert Lawyer, $2.50.
$2.50.
Happy hippie, hello and welcome. How much did you pay for your first pack of smokes that you bought?
I think when it was decimal, I'm trying to think how much they were when it was decimalized. I can't remember now. But I think once you started, you just, like I said, once you were addicted to cigarettes, once you'd actually start smoking, you just kind of lost track of what you were paying for them, didn't you? You just paid for it, pure. You just went, I'll have a pack of them, and yeah, there's the money, and that was it. You didn't bother, you did it?
90 cents from a machine. Marlboro last I bought for a coworker was $10 this year. Yeah. My wife buys it for her brother once in a while. When he was living here, he moved back out east, so doesn't do that anymore, but my first pack of cigarettes came from Kogo's. I was working a midnight shift there while I was also going to college here at Penn State.
Excuse me.
I remember exactly how much I paid for them. I know that I was looking forward to switching away from the name brand cigarettes. I think I bought Camels back then. I bought GPC. Grandma's Personal Choice was the nickname we had for them because they were 99 cents. GPC.
GPC. I love it.
Nastiest tasting cigarette in the world. But you needed a smoke, man. You paid whatever it was. And raising the prices on it didn't do anything except make people poor. How many mums and dads both smoke that continued to pay more and more for their cigarette habit, which took away money from the household budget to the point where there were people that were skipping meals because, well, can't afford the meal. It's either you buy a sandwich for lunch or you buy a pack of smokes for the day.
Now, which one came first, didn't you?
Did it actually stop any of us from smoking? No. So it's not an unintended consequence for them to know that their taxes, and they raise them on cigarettes, causes people to skip meals. It's not unintended when you know about it, and it's been going on for decades. And it never got anybody to stop smoking because we had to pay an extra $1 a pack for cigarettes, or it went up another quarter, or it went up another 20 cents. Pall Malls. My favorite was when they used to send you coupons. Remember when Camels had the coupons in the packs? You used to save them. You could send away for shirts and jackets and all kinds of fun stuff, umbrellas and who knows what. And then once they got you in the system, then they used to send you coupons. Here's $10 off a carton, or here's $2 off a pack. Or we just came out with this brand new cigarette. Here's a coupon for a free pack.
And sometimes you used to get cigarette cards, which were like they were just pictures. You could have been of like famous footballers at the times, whatever, and you collected the set of cigarette cards and all that shit. You had them. Obviously, you had the coupons where you could redeem them and get, like you said, whatever. But yeah, man. Wow.
And they want to keep saying that, oh, that's the best way to get people to quit smoking. No, it isn't. It just makes their life miserable. And if you're addicted to cigarettes, you'll skip a meal to buy your pack for the day. So that's not a good way for you to control tobacco.
God, But the reason I remember that price for the cigarettes because I used to get 50 pence a day for school, which was for me lunch. I used to go and buy lunch, you know, and I used to get 37.5 pence to bring me cigarettes. And I think it was about 10 pence used to get as a banana stotty from Freddie Bell's for me dinner. My banana stotties then were about the size of my head. You know, they were fucking huge. So you were stuffed. So you got a good meal and you got your cigarettes, you know. So it was great. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because plus, like, some was bus fare, but we never bus to school, always walk to school. So that's how we saved a few coppers towards our cigarettes and our dinner. Oh, brilliant, man.
Yeah, and that's another lie too. They said that they were going to raise the taxes on cigarettes, and that money was going to go pay for our health care expenses when we all got cancer and, you know, lung disease and COPD and all that other stuff. And, you know, obviously we're going to be poor, so we're going to be on Medicaid, and we weren't going to be able to afford our health insurance. You know how much Medicaid has gotten out of the tobacco taxes? Nada.
The ironic thing is, right, you know, here the NHS is saying blah blah blah, smoking and all that is a burden, right? That's the major excuse, but they're not looking at the bigger picture. They're not looking at population numbers. Population numbers have increased year after year after year through immigration, whatever you want to call it. And we've built no more hospitals to deal with it. We're still with the same amount of hospitals, but with more people. So it's not just cigarettes are putting a burden on; it's the numbers of people that can't cope with the population. That's another thing that they don't mention. How the NHS is all this and that. Yeah, but there's more people to deal with as well. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's like everything here, everything we've got, you know, from our NHS, our rail systems, our water systems, they're all out of date. We can't deal with drainage systems. We can't deal, our drainage systems are that old. We can't deal now with this global warming with all the extra rain because our systems have been privatized. And obviously the people that's privatized have just made money, no investment going back into it. And it's all out of date. It's all out of the arc. London's sewage is still Victorian. It's still the old original Victorian waterways, and it's nothing's been invested. They've all just made the money out of it and then just pissed off.
Master Settlement Agreement was supposed to go to healthcare too.
Yeah.
But then as soon as the money got sent to the states were like, oh man, we're hurting. We need to use that tobacco money to build this bridge or finish this university or, you know, finish this project that we got going on, or, you know, we're going to use it to give our employees raises that we couldn't afford. So we're not going to raise taxes on, you know, the general population because we got the tobacco money to do that with. So that was technically supposed to also go to youth prevention measures. And the average that we looked in the scientific study is 0.4% of that went to actually prevention. The rest of it got gobbled up by the states. And in the states that were greedy, like New York and California, they took that and they went to the bank and says, we need to take out bonds on this money. We did a J.G. Wentworth move. We need a massive cash infusion to take care of what we have on the bills list for this year in our budget. And we'll just pay it off with the MSA payments. So now they're all shit creek because, well, people are quitting smoking because as soon as they catch on to vaping, why the fuck are you going to taste that nasty cigarette when you can have blueberry pineapple or peach custard or Fruit Loop cereal?
And obviously the MSA money wasn't coming in, and there's a few states nearly went bankrupt through it.
And they're still shitting the brick, and that's why they banned vaping right off the bat.
Yeah.
And how's it working
gone.
for you? There's people in New York that can't get vapes? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, no, they still get it, but they have to, like, have a friend in another state send it to them, forward a package? Is that how it works? You're never going to stop that kind of behavior. It's all a lie. It's a con. It's one big, massive con job.
Even when they do eventually, you know, phase out cigarettes or try and ban smoking when it becomes a small thing, I don't think cigarettes will ever disappear, nor in my lifetime. Never. They'll still be about. Black market, whatever. They'll still be about.
It's like records,
you might get
man. You're going to get collectors, you're going to get hobbyists, and you're going to get people that are aficionados, and they're going to stick with it no matter what.
Yeah. Definitely.
They'll die with one in their mouth. But if you put vapes everywhere that you can buy cigarettes, eventually most people are going to go, let me try that. Oh, what's this? That's a peach creamsicle.
Yeah.
Well, I'll try using this today instead of smoking, see what happens.
Tastes
and then
nice.
Then you're going to get your
me
accidental quitters.
Mm-hmm. Tastes nice, and you're still getting your nicotine hit. What more can you ask for? Tremendous.
Yeah. So, long story short, I attended these cigarettes. I saw some other people there. Michael Redfern was one of the ones that attended this year. Rog and a bunch of other ones that I, came across all the time. Some of the big name advocates and stuff. Got some new email addresses, and we'll have some people on as guests this year. But it's just like most of the people there don't get it because they've never been in our shoes and have no idea where we come from and why we're so passionate about standing up for the thing that empowered us to quit smoking. They don't get it. So they need to get it. And then we need to convince the rest of society that this is actually better for you. How do we prove that? Well, we outlive them. That's how long it's going to take.
Exactly.
All right. No sense of putting this off any longer. I think it's time for us to jump into the news and see what kind of crap went on this past week.
Oh, here we go. Doom and gloom.
Here we go, folks. Vape store sue Rhode Island over vape ban. That's to take effect January 1st. What to know about this situation? First thing we got to get past is these ads. So let's check out and see what we have to say about this scenario.
Mother's milk and cookies. The Supreme Court is about to decide the fate of vaping in America. The nation's highest...
Hold on. You guys can hear that. Let me fix that.
Blueberry and Mother's milk and cookies. The Supreme Court is about to decide the fate of vaping in America. The nation's highest court heard oral arguments about whether the Food and Drug Administration is allowed to ban the sale of flavored vapes. The companies that make flavored e-liquids for vapes were appearing in court because under the Biden administration, the FDA rejected approvals for more than 1 million products flavored to taste like candy, fruit, or desserts. The FDA also argued in court that the names given to these products, like Killer Custard Blueberry, Jimmy the Juice Man Peachy Strawberry, and Mother's Milk and Cookies, are encouraging young people to use tobacco products. The e-cigarette industry says their products are an alternative meant to help smokers quit tobacco products, but the...
Listen, if it's already illegal for the kids to have it, how is it appealing to them? They're not allowed to have it. It's banned. It's against the law. So that's bullshit.
The FDA says these products do more harm to the greater public health by appealing to young people. While the Supreme Court will eventually issue a ruling, it's possible regulations on vapes won't be as prevalent in President Trump's second administration. During the first Trump administration, the Surgeon General declared youth vaping an epidemic, but in a social media post from September of 2024, then candidate Trump said, quote, "Kamala and Joe want everything banned, killing small businesses all over the country. I'll say vaping again."
All right. Well, Robert Harvey, hello and welcome. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. Is Trump going to say vaping? How's he going to say vaping? That's the question. Everybody wants to know. But in Providence, 2 Rhode Island businesses that sell vape products are challenging the state's ban on the sale of flavored electronic nicotine delivery systems, aka vapes, because they are going to be banned as of January 1st. So they are arguing that the law is overly broad and would destroy them financially. Vapor Ready LLC, based in East Providence, and Sunshine Vape LLC, with 3 locations, are suing the State Department of Revenue, its director, Thomas Verdi, the Division of Taxation, Administrator Nina Savage, and the Department of Health and its director, Dr. Jerome Larkin, seeking to invalidate the law which was included in the state budget that passed in June. I didn't even know about it. And I'll look for all that kind of stuff as it happens. They're asking the court to block the law, arguing that it's unconstitutional and definitely isn't going to achieve its stated purpose of keeping vapes or ENDS products out of youth hands.
Well, it isn't, is it?
No. Look at New York. New York's already banned it. Are there no vapes in New York? No, there's still plenty of vapes in New York.
Hell yeah, is there?
And why is it that we have governors that issue these executive orders to ban it, and then that doesn't work? So then they have to actually get the state senate or their Congress to authorize a new law, and that doesn't work either. And now, like in Mexico, they're actually putting in a constitutional amendment to ban tobacco harm reduction. Well, that's definitely not going to work, but it's certainly going to make it a disaster when Mexico's the only country left on earth that it still has it banned and still has high number of smokers that are dying in droves because the rest of the world finally figured out, oh shit, this stuff doesn't kill people. And if we tax it and regulate it, well, then we can control what goes in it so it's safe. And we can make some money on the taxes that we collect on it.
Exactly.
Instead of giving it to the cartels. And that's pretty much our segue into what's going on in Mexico.
Mexico's banning it all, aren't they?
Mexico's lower house passes constitutional ban on e-cigarettes and vaping products. Never in my life did I ever think that this issue would get to the point where you'd have a country that puts it into their constitution. Constitution's about controlling government and, ensuring that your rights are enshrined in some document that protects them, not takes them away from you. What a load of shit. Brent Stafford did a wonderful interview with a guy from down there, a lawyer, and I'm not going to delve too far into it. Go watch his video, and if you want to find out more about how this all came about and how they're not really very optimistic about being able to stop this from happening. So before Christmas, Mexico's revising their constitution to ban vaping. And it's not going to ban anything.
Hell no. Bans don't work. We know that.
Yeah, well, it ain't just here over here in this side of the globe that they're doing this. Amsterdam codifies ban on smoking and vaping in city parks. Why?
Yeah, for the legalized weed. Hey, that's great.
Join now to get access to subscriber-only content. No, I'm not doing that.
Let's
try this again.
Just get more and more comical by the day.
Google Chrome, once again, updated their crap. So let's try this again. Amsterdam codifies ban on smoking and vaping in city parks. Amsterdam, smoking or vaping tobacco and cannabis products in the city of Amsterdam parks and playgrounds has been banned under the newly adopted ordinance. Police Chief Joseph Spencer said officials recently discovered such prohibitions were absent from the city code. Well, they just fucking discovered it. What? Why are they looking for it?
In Amsterdam, you're not allowed to smoke weed in public anyway. It's against the law. You can only do it in the caps and at home. You can't do it in public. So that's a load of shit.
Yeah, it is a load of shit. Because then the only thing that you're actually prohibiting is people's use of something that isn't going to kill them, let alone hurt anybody around them.
It's
stupid.
It's Holland in general. You can't have it in bars. You can't have it in public. It's either in the caps or personal in your house. That's it. Load of shit.
Parking lots, sidewalks, and areas not used for park purposes are exempt from the state ban.
It doesn't leave
As are
much,
the
does it?
Adirondacks and the Catskill Mountains.
It doesn't leave fucking much, does it? What are you going to do? Fly. Hello. Get the fuck.
What a joke.
And
you're like,
it's hilarious.
oh man, that's Europe. What do we give a shit about Europe? What's going? How about Denver, Colorado is on track to ban flavored vapes?
It's just another state following the domino fall, in it. You know what I mean? Everybody else.
We gotta protect the kids.
Yeah.
We gotta protect the kids. Hold them up as poster children. Because it's against the law for them to have it, and they don't want to follow the law, so now we need to remove adults' access to these products to protect the kids.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Need I remind you that nicotine use by adolescents is at a 25-year low?
Mm-hmm.
And overall nicotine consumption is at a 50-year low when you look at the entire population of the globe? But we still need to ban it. And nothing about THC products being banned in Denver. No, that's okay. It's just the nicotine that we need to stop people from using.
You're still doing the same thing. You're lighting the weed. You're still burning. It's the same thing, isn't it? Practically.
And Columbus, Ohio, still has a bunch of Bloomberg money left over. So now we're going to enact a new law that's going to be official. Half-mile no-go zone for vape shops.
What?
Columbus City Commissioners gave final approval Monday for an ordinance regulating stores that sell tobacco, hemp, or vape products. But some details still have to be hammered out because, well, commissioners opted at the last minute to restrict the retailers even more than they previously agreed to. The ordinance prohibits tobacco, hemp, and vape shops from selling up within half a mile of schools, childcare centers, public parks, group homes, or rehabilitation centers. The fuck?
Oh, God. Really?
So if you're in a drug rehab center because you got a coke habit and you decided to finally get some help for it, what do all addicts do while they're going through rehab? Like 90% of them smoke cigarettes, right? They are the ones that need vaping more than anybody else in the world. But you're not going to be allowed to go and buy it within a half mile of your rehab center.
Oh,
that
wow.
includes all them quickie marts within a half mile.
Holy moly. Jesus. It just makes you wonder what these people are thinking. They've got nothing better to do.
How many Habib corner stores are going to listen to this law? And how many of them are just going to say, kiss off, I'm going to sell what I sell. Come find it in my store and then find me. It's a cost of doing business like everything else you guys make me do.
Exactly. Stupid, man. Holy moly, man.
This shit's going on all over the place. West Virginia, the highest smoking prevalence in the whole country. Well, we're going to ban this shit. We don't need it. We don't want it in our town. See if it loads.
With over 15,000 cables, connectors, and connectivity products in stock and available for same-day shipping.
Is a concern, obviously, for a lot of families across our region.
Back in September, we told you about...
There we go. Another one that doesn't noise balance it.
Yeah, here we go.
Tries again.
It's a concern, obviously, for a lot of families across our region.
Back in September, we told you about Putnam County taking action to limit exposure, especially to children. Now, WSAZ's Curtis Johnson shows us how that effort is expanding to a local city.
Dylan Day says he is living a better life about 3 weeks after he quit vaping, telling me he started the habit in high school.
I followed the crowd because there are so many people doing it.
Currently, this vape shop is the only one operating in Hurricane City limits, and an ordinance under consideration by Hurricane City Council could place strict limits on where any new vape shops can locate and restrictions on how they advertise. The ordinance nearly identical to one already implemented by the Putnam County Commission. If passed, the proposal would say no new vape shops can open within a mile of another vape shop or within the same distance to a school, church, bar, or residence, among other limits. Hurricane Police Chief Mike Mullins believes something has to happen, saying his school-based officers are
overwhelmed with a lot of it in the high school mostly, but even in the middle school, they've had to deal with kids bringing vapes that they've picked up, that they have bought from the vape shops, and they're bringing it to the schools and using it.
At the city's only existing vape shop, a person who told us they were operating the store declined comment and said the owner was unavailable. These signs.
The only shop in the entire town.
At their store will remain legal and grandfathered in, given they are at an existing business. But similar flashing lights will be prohibited at any new vape shop. This vape customer is okay with some limits, but believes the city's ordinance goes too far.
If the store's doing its job and IDing people properly, I don't see the problem with it. It's not really doing anything wrong in the world. There's other things that are happening in towns with drugs and so forth that I think is more important to the counties and just the state of West Virginia itself.
Dylan telling me quitting has changed his opinion.
Before, maybe not, but now it's just like where I've quit stuff and how much better I feel with quitting. They shouldn't be promoting it like that because it definitely is appealing to kids, because it was appealing to me when I was younger. Just seeing all the flashing lights made me want to go over there and see it all.
Supporters telling me they believe the city and county having the same law will mean more protection for more kids. Reporting from Hurricane, Curtis.
But it's so attractive. I can't say no.
The ironic thing is, though, did that kid use vaping to quit smoking? They never said that, did they? Whether he just decided to vape because he fancied vaping. They didn't like go into detail, did they?
This is like their
why
new
did you stop
latest.
vaping?
This is like their new latest ideology is we're going to take teens who vaped and we're going to pay them to brag about how good they feel when they quit vaping. What's the difference? I went down to 0 milligram at one point. I didn't stop vaping because I had a crap day and I needed my nicotine to cope with my lot in life because, I mean, I've spent how many decades using nicotine to cope with life?
Oh, but if he was a smoker and he used vaping to quit smoking and then eventually took the choice of quitting vaping as well, he's bound to smoke fucking better because he's not smoking fucking burnt tobacco. So there's the plus straight away.
And what he doesn't tell you is probably smoking a doobie on the weekends.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said stop smoking pot. Because he looked at pothead. Oh.
Another wonderful article from Lindsay Stroud. America First agenda includes protecting vaping freedom. It's great news for those who enjoy the freedom to use electronic cigarettes. The former President Donald J. Trump will be back in the White House. The Biden administration seemed oblivious to vaping and allowed the U.S. FDA to deny hundreds of millions of applications for safer alternatives to smoking. The hope is that the new leadership at the FDA will follow the science and approve more products that wean smokers off of tobacco. I mean, we only got 1,500, 1,600 people a day dying from their cigarette habit. And, well, if they switch to vaping, well, then they're going to improve their health outcome. So maybe we should follow that science instead of letting people keep dying. I don't see that as a radical proposition.
Like I say, I mean, yeah, if Trump comes in and does what he says and has a clear out and gets rid of all the dead wood, and he gets people in with who are more open-minded, etc., who will listen to science, you don't know. I think he's going to go to town on these kind of people like he is. I think he's going to go to town on social media as well. I think he's going to hammer them. I think he's got some kind of...
When the vaping industry, let's just say worst case scenario, the Supreme Court rules against them that FDA didn't con them into believing one thing, even though they did. I'm a innocent bystander here. I have no stake in this game whatsoever. I've never sold any vape products. But let's say worst case scenario, they go against the thing and say that the FDA didn't play a switcheroo situation. And even if they did, it was harmless because their shit was going to get denied anyway. Which I don't think that's the result, but whatever. Neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Let's say that that's the case. You know what's going to happen is somebody's going to continue these lawsuits until they finally win. Because the next lawsuit is going to be about freedom of speech. Why is it the vape shops can't tell people the scientifically proven evidence and hand out the science to the customers to show that this is actually better for you than smoking a cigarette? So they're going to sue, and they're going to win on that grounds. Right? How about the fact that we have laws in this country that prevent a monopoly? Right? How come none of the vape manufacturers have sued? Because, well, the FDA is essentially enforcing a monopoly. Only big tobacco products have been authorized. And Marlboro makes a profit from every single FDA authorized product in the United States. That's against the law. And the law goes back to the 1800s. Nobody's bothered to sue them to break up the big tobacco monopoly that the FDA is second-handedly enforcing. This ain't going away. The genie's been let out of the box. Pandora's box is open. People are going to keep using it, whether it be on a black market or whether you actually get the FDA to actually authorize some American manufacturers of these things. I mean, we make a batch of e-liquid every fucking week on this show. It's not rocket science. And the difference between Johnny the Juice Man and Vape-Tasia is just the box and the company that is making it. The stuff inside is exactly the same. Just different combination of flavorings.
That's the thing. If it's pretty much exactly the same, how can the authorize a tobacco company's e-liquid and not a reputable vendor's e-liquid? It's, it's the same shit inside the bottle at the end of the day.
And the thing is, FDA knows this, that once you get a substantial equivalent established, all they need to do is authorize one e-liquid manufacturer in this country, and the floodgates are going to open. Because once you have one that's been authorized, all that people need to do is file substantial equivalent to an authorized product, and bomb, they're available for sale. And once the word gets out that that's all they had to do is say that our product is exactly like their product, with the difference of the flavorings, which is only, a minuscule quantity of the whole e-liquid. So therefore, our product is the same as theirs. You need to treat it the same.
See, I'm just wondering if the FDA, when they bring all this PMT out, were prepared for the amount of people that will be applying for them. I don't think they realized how many people will be applying for them. And I think they thought, shit, well, just ban. Oh, big tobacco will have them. I think they didn't. I just think they got overwhelmed because they didn't realize how many PMTAs they would get. I mean, I think Mallory said there was like 13 million or something, not a million, but 13 million PMTAs that they declined and only passed the big tobacco. I think they just got underwhelmed and thought, fuck it, we'll just ban it. You know what I mean?
Plus, they were also under a court order to get all these things processed.
Yeah.
So they needed to imply a checklist to go, let's group these. If you don't have this specific, and that's what essentially, that was the surprise switcheroo that was put on to the manufacturers. They submitted their applications based upon what guidance the FDA gave them. And then the FDA did this surprise switcheroo that says, well, wait a minute, you do need to have these studies, longitudinal studies, where you need to evaluate your product over 6 months and see whether it actually helps people quit or not, and how many kids pick it up, and blah, blah, blah. And that was their way of getting it off of their docket, and now the lawyers are stuck with this thing going, our memo got out there, Freedom of Information Act revealed that we did this process, and we just blanket denied 26 million applications. So 99.9999% of the market is just banned right off the bat. Didn't even bother looking at any one of their marketing plans because it's not good enough.
Yeah.
Really? It's good enough for alcohol. Age ID is all that's required for alcohol sales.
It's like you said, there's so much hypocrisy about it because, like you said, underage drinking, underage smoking, it's out there. But alcohol that appeals to kids, you've seen it. Some of it looks like bloody pop. The different flavors of alcohol you can get now, different flavors of rums and all that. But that's not appealing to kids. No. You've got no underage drinkers. No. There's no worries about that. So it's the hypocrisy of just letting that one slide under the rug, and yet, vaping, Christ, it's no. I mean, there's so much hypocrisy.
Only 34 products allowed, which is essentially only 3 vaping products. I don't count the 4th one because it's not even fucking made anymore. Nobody wants to buy this piece of spitback crap from. They went out of business.
You're
so
surprised.
All you're left with are, Enjoy Ace, Juul, and Views. That's it. But this sucks too. No wonder no kids want to pick it up because no adult wants to use it either. So how do they justify that people were actually able to quit smoking with it?
Shocking, man.
Anyway, that in highlight with the fact that the CDC data confirmed declining smoking rates in parallel to increased vaping. What? If people pick up a vape, they don't want to smoke anymore?
Really? Holy shit.
Wow, we're fucked.
That's a eureka moment.
Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids is done. PAVE is done. Why are you hiring all these kids and promising them lucrative careers as spokesperson for anti-vaping, anti-nicotine tobacco zealotry, and they're going to be out of a job in 10 years, no matter what. No matter what you do. Record low for teen smoking and vaping. Historic lows. Only 1.6% of middle and high school students reported smoking. That's within the last 30 days. That's not even daily smoking. When I was in high school, the daily smoking rate was like 30%. They had a student smoking area, for God's sake. Even though we were all underage and it was technically illegal.
Yeah.
You can hide from the facts, but the facts are facts. They ain't going away. And you can hide from the science, but the science ain't going away either. Switching from smoking to vaping improves respiratory health. Shit. That's what every vapor's been saying. We quit smoking because we were vaping. We go and get our checkups, and the pulmonologist and the radiologist look at our x-ray and go, I can't tell you ever smoked.
Exactly.
What are you doing? I'm vaping. Oh, that's bad for you. Look at my x-ray. Show me where it's bad for me. You can't even tell I smoked. How's it bad for me? Well, you should quit. Why? Where is the harm? You all keep saying there's harm. Where is this harm?
Yeah, where is it?
They're full of shit.
It's just definitely.
And that's why our message is unchanged. Vaping, shift others, less harmful smoking alternative.
Simple as that.
People switch to vaping and they don't smoke anymore. Even in New Zealand, because that's where this one comes from. That's where this story comes from. Associate Health Minister Casey Costello says any nicotine addiction is harmful. Really? How? Show me how nicotine use is harmful.
Exactly.
Oh, you mean it raises my blood pressure? Well, so does my coffee. Well, you can't compare it to coffee. Well, so does the thought of having sex. Were you going to instill new thought police? What?
My erection increases my blood pressure.
Sure does. Vaping Bick will confirm that.
Oh, you do that? Yeah. I bet.
Thinking about a quick romp with the old lady? You can't do that. It's going to raise your blood pressure.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted me to exercise multiple times a week. That counts, doesn't it?
Oh, so no more monetization on this channel. Oh, demonetized. Another one demonetized.
That's okay. I never expected to make any money on this channel. So anytime I get a little bit of, kickback or a super chat, it just helps offset my costs, which I'm going to incur no matter what.
Exactly.
Otherwise, we're going to end up like Australia. What lies behind Melbourne's rash of fire bombings? Organized crime groups are capitalizing on the country's tobacco taxes, which are among the highest in the world. And we already talked about earlier today how it doesn't do jack shit to get people to stop smoking.
You've just answered your question there with the statement you put underneath. Country's tobacco taxes. Hello.
Melbourne has witnessed at least 106 fire bombings since March of 2023. That's bullshit. We talked about it last week. It's somewhere between 190 and 200. I was gambling that it was going to hit 200 by today. Did one happen last night we don't know about? Because I know for a fact we're up to 199. Because when you ban it, when you tax the shit out of it, all you do is create a turf war between cartels. Well, the turf war apparently ended 9 months ago when the Hadara family lost out to Qasem Hamad, who was named the boss of the extortion racket after a suppression order was lifted in December that has challenged Melbourne's ranking among the world's most livable cities. Also has the highest rate of cocaine use in the whole world, too.
Yeah. I wonder where that's coming from.
That's banned, too. Has been the whole time. Well, since then, he has allegedly overseen the smuggling of authentic foreign cigarette brands and counterfeit cigarettes into the country from his base in Dubai. Oh, so he doesn't even need to be in Australia to import the shit into the country? And all his little minions go out and sell it? Got a bag of chop here, man. Way better than a pack of fags. Pack of Durries is $70. I'll give you this bag of chop here. You can make 10 packs of smokes. What a joke. Yeah. They just don't get it, man. They really don't realize how ridiculous they look. We're the toughest in the world. Yeah? Look at all the fire bombings you got going on. Central Victorian tobacco store destroyed by fire and latest blow to flood-ravaged Rochester. So not only do you have to deal with the torrential downpour of rain that you get every year, now you got to deal with your towns being firebombed. Because, you know, the government's got to collect its tobacco taxes.
Wow.
In short, a tobacco shop in Rochester, Victoria has been destroyed by an arson attack, police say. The owner of the neighboring property that was damaged said it is a particularly heavy blow given the lengthy recovery from flooding in 2022. What's next? Well, the Task Force Lunar, which is focused on the illegal tobacco trade, is investigating the incident. Among the 198 other ones that we got to investigate, we still haven't figured out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you haven't figured everybody else's out.
But we did so good. We arrested one. We found one of them.
Wow.
Really?
Holy fuck. What you going back again for?
Yeah, sorry, mate.
So they went in, robbed it, took what they wanted, then torched it.
And torched it to cover up their tracks.
Yeah.
Jesus. Bad enough we are. Wait, I've only just moved back.
And now they're going to brag about how we caught him. We caught the schmuck.
We got one. Yay. We got one.
How many hours later did some other schmuck do the exact same thing on the other side of town?
Well, at the end of the day, if they took him off the street, they'll just employ another person to do the same thing. It's just people in line to take everybody else's place, isn't it?
It's like all the other drugs out there and the drug dealers. You take one out, two show up in its place.
Exactly.
Because now the corner's open for business. And they really need to watch. There's an excellent series on Netflix. It's The Economics of the Drug War. An ex-CIA analyst went down to South America and visited these cartels and talked to them and found out how much it actually cost to make a kilo of cocaine.
Nothing.
Nothing. Nothing.
Plus there's other shit. Plus the shit they put in it as well.
They buy a ton of coca leaves. They buy some diesel fuel, some other chemicals. They mix it all up. They extract the cocaine. And every time that cocaine has to cross a border, it doubles in price. Because you doubled the risk. My favorite game that I like to play is Ghost Recon Wildlands, talking about Bolivia. And they cover it perfectly well in there. It costs $400 for them to make a kilo of Coke. And you cross the border and it doubles in price. By the time it hits, Mexico, we're at like $10,000. By the time it hits the United States, we're at $20,000. Canada, $40,000. Get to the UK, you're looking at $60,000. Go to Europe, it's $80,000 for that exact same $400 bag of coca leaves.
Easy money for the minute.
And when you got that much profit in it, people are going to keep selling no matter what. So I thought this was an interesting article. Will vapes be saved again in the USA? Can balanced policies save the vaping industry in the United States? Is that what's going on with Trump? The vaping industry finds itself in another critical juncture, with increased regulation and public scrutiny threatening to reshape its future as debates about environmental compliance, youth access, and health concerns dominate headlines. Many are asking, can vape survive this storm? Or will they be saved once more by a decisive action? Interestingly, much of the industry's resilience can be traced back to a bold move made during Donald Trump's presidency, a decision that many industry insiders credit with buying the sector time to adapt and grow. Trump himself remains vocal about his commitment to the industry, recently reiterating his support for vaping and small businesses. Trump's bold step, a lifeline to save vapes. The question is, how is he actually going to save it? Is it simply going to be enough for him to put somebody at the FDA that is going to look at the science holistically and go, well, it's already banned for kids, so we need to look at what it's doing to the adults out there. If adults will quit smoking, well, then this should be out there and sold everywhere a pack of cigarettes is available. Craig D. Hello and welcome.
Well, he done the over the 21 thing, didn't he? The last time he was in, didn't he? Done that over 21 or over 25 thing.
Yeah, he did over 21, and despite what the industry advocates out there and the industry players say, I think he did say vaping back then, because he could have banned it all back then. He only banned sealed pods, and he only banned flavors in sealed pods. That meant everybody that was selling e-juice could continue to sell it and deal with the bullshit regulatory PMTA hurdles. And then the FDA, all they had to do was to ban everything and then wait for the day that it had to go to court. Because their goal isn't just about, banning it to protect public health. It's also about weeding out all the small players, so only the big players that can, go toe-to-toe with big tobacco are going to be left when this is all done. They only want to deal with, half a dozen representatives of the industry. That's their goal. So unless you're, dealing in billions of dollars a year of these products, or aim to be at some point in the billions of dollar range, well, you're going to be out sitting on the sidelines or selling at black market.
I mean, like I
they don't
said,
want to deal with you.
So the supply chains are the ones that's making all the products, obviously, to distribute. So, I mean, they must be making or contributing, surely.
The Trump legacy, a lesson in pragmatism. Because whether you want to admit it or not, he did take a pragmatic approach towards these products. He says, if I make the age 21 instead of 18, that means the people in high school aren't going to be able to get it from their chums that just graduated last year.
Exactly.
They're going to have to know somebody over the age of 21 to buy it. And the only concern that they really had was Juul, who, tried to be proactive and removed all their flavored products from the market, and all they left was this crappy tobacco. If you've never tried a Juul, I suggest you go and try it.
Never had that pleasure.
59 milligram spitback is the worst in the world. Talk about throat hit.
Hell no.
Ugh.
Hell no.
No. Could never tolerate Juul. Enjoy ain't that much better. At least I don't get spitback with Enjoy. At least it makes vapor.
It tastes like crap.
But I could never use that exclusively to never smoke a cigarette.
No.
I need my direct to lung 6 milligram or less.
The way to go, my friend. That is the way to go.
What a shame. All right. So what do we have in the bookmark, since that was the actual news first? What do we have in the show? And I got to learn to stay off of Twitter on the day of the show because I keep adding shit to it. Jim McDonald posted this one. It says, hi, I got addicted to vaping at 14. Now I work to ban flavored vapes for adults. Please donate to my employer so that we can provide jobs for more young people like me and keep cigarettes around forever and ever and ever.
What?
Well, yeah, campaign for tobacco-free kids. This is their new recruitment strategy. Hire poster children that are of age that gave up vaping. And talk about how bad it was for them to vape when they were in school. Because it was banned, and it was illegal for them to do it. But they still did it anyway and never got in trouble for it. Not once.
But they're still encouraging cigarettes to be around forever and ever. Really?
Well, that's the direct result of banning harm reduction products. You're left with the quit or die mentality that never fucking worked for us. And it certainly isn't going to work for any other generation of people that choose to use these things. So now we got a new scorcher. And I'm not going to go into it. I did check it out. It's a wonderful article. Michael Siegel published this one. A new scorcher just dropped. I hope that some of you are curious enough to know a little bit more. Why does Parents Against Vaping e-cigarettes have to lie in order to scare parents? Because the truth about vaping has already been proven. It doesn't hurt your lungs. It actually reverses COPD in smokers that drop the cigarettes and pick up vaping. There's multiple scientific studies that already have demonstrated that, including long-term studies, 5 years in length, showing, well, their COPD got better because they were vaping and not smoking. 199th tobacco vape war firebombing.
Oh,
it's the Craig Byrne Plaza, which has put innocent lives at risk once again inside of the large shopping center. Another gold star example of failed government policy on tobacco and vapes, handing more control over to international cartels. And the same shit's happening here. We talk about it before. How many shops are getting ram-raided here in the States? Because their local city councils and their counties and their states are banning this shit. And then we got this kind of crap. Copyright claim.
Cooler. Instantly cooler.
Instantly make your dog look cooler.
Get the fucking shit.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all.
Holy fucking shit. Oh my lordy do. What are these people thinking? What's gone through their tiny minds? What are they thinking?
They're trying to make a TikTok video. It's about sensationalism, not about truth or reality or consequential influence of what their video is going to do to society.
God almighty. It's fucking mind-boggling, that. Absolutely mind-boggling. What on earth? Dear me.
All right, let's see what Mallory dropped in there. Let me forward this one before we go any further. Oh, yeah, Mallory's been going nuts onto here. Because the schmuck posted THC products and talking about them like they're, you know, oh, these are international vape things. This is an outrage. We need to step forward and ban cannabis stuff. Don't let them get a foothold like they did with vapes. And this is how stupid you are. These are THC products to hear, not nicotine. That is, if you just read the box before posting the first picture, you find the first box in the top left, Blackberry Kush. Kush is another name for marijuana, along with dank.
Kush, yeah. Cooking.
You really are this stupid. You know, you might want to know other names for marijuana. Here's a list of them for you.
Wow, God almighty. What are these people thinking? Jesus.
They're not thinking. That's the problem.
Oh,
they're just a
definitely
bunch
not.
of sheep. And see, the problem is that after the sheep are eaten, well, they're going to eat you and your family too. Look, there's a wolf behind you. No to wolf haters. No wolf phobia is allowed here.
Okay. You're going to die.
Meanwhile, U.S. teen nicotine use is now at a 25-year low. Deal with it. That's a fact, Jack. Sorry you don't want to acknowledge it. These are the people that we need to look at. Southern Vapor posted, I challenge all vapors. I intend to use pictures of legal age vapors only, please, to put in a collection for collages. Only faces with your nicotine vape device. These could be sent via one tweet to those who need visuals to explain the truth of vape. Anybody wanting to join in? Any takers? Well, we got 64 replies so far.
Holy fuck.
Old farts vaping.
Speak for yourself.
There's James R. Smoked for
Holy
40
moly.
years. Gave up overnight 6 years ago with black currant flavored vape. The improvements to my health have been amazing.
Exactly.
Here's an update for you. First photo I sent was a bit rushed. Dampfreiheit. 10 years smoke free thanks to e-cigs. You know, these German vapors, they sure do love their big monster tanks. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Dario da un Vaprador. Richard Pruin. Got his email address too. Gonna get the bloke on the show with us one day.
All right.
He was at the E6 Summit. Ken Hefferman Photography. Isn't it nice? Oh, man. There you go. Oh, new keyboard shortcut. Look at that. I just zoom right in without having to use the zoom mouse. Grove Mitchell. Tom Linford. Michael Redfern.
Oh, Michael Redfern.
We got his mug on the show. Sonia Mack. Ivana Just a Mom, THR. Kylie Cuthbertson. H.W. Hilton. Andreas, it's vapor. It's called harm reduction. David Emmanuel. I don't see any kids here.
No.
And the list goes on and on. And on and on and on. Look at how many people love their box mods.
So I'm saying they're not big, huge cloud chucking kits either. You know, they're just there for them to get the little bit of nicotine, hit the one, and that's it. You know what I mean?
So for those of you that haven't done this yet, I'm going to drop this in the chat. When you get the chance later on, go and click on a link and drop a picture of yourself.
I might do that. Get the heat on. Hey.
And we have the latest fiasco from CDC Tobacco Free. We're no longer advocating bird watching. We're advocating friendship bracelets and freedom from cigarettes. Trade your cigarettes for a friendship bracelet. Because that'll help you quit smoking.
Is that point to bring in strangle someone who even approaches you when you haven't had a cigarette for a day?
Yes, this is a serious government-funded health organization. You should take them seriously. If a family member is struggling with COPD and cigarette smoking, suggest friendship bracelets to get them to quit smoking.
I want a cigarette, you bastard.
I'm embarrassed my tax dollars fund this hogwash.
Oh, wow, almighty man, Jesus.
We all believe in a lot of absurd things. Some believe in science, others in democracy or prohibition. It's less shocking when it's widely shared belief. It's guys in France. We got into a conversation earlier this week, and I love having actual in-depth conversations when you guys get sidetracked and we start talking about different things and, you know, throwing little tidbits in there and little analogies and stuff to the situation. This guy has totally given up hope on science altogether because of all the misinformation that's out there and all the problems that they have with plagiarism going on and scientific papers not actually being checked before they're published. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on there, and I totally get where he's coming from because I've seen it and heard about it, and a lot of scientists complain about it. But to give up all hope in science is not the solution.
Well, no.
All right, so here we go. One more thing. We got a 5-minute survey from Cochrane. Cochrane is the world-renowned strongest evidence-based scientific body out there, right? They're the ones that have determined and continually look at the science out there and are out there saying that vaping is less harmful than smoking and it is more beneficial for you to try quitting smoking with vaping than with all of these other things, because that's what all the different scientific studies do. They read them all the time and they check them out, and there's a QR code for you to scan.
Hi,
so that
William.
you can go and take this survey. William Dobson, hello and welcome.
Wait, did you not notice I got zapped? It's the only time William comes in, I get zapped, so I know he's
You've
there.
been zapped a couple times.
I know, but I definitely know he comes in when he zaps us. Just definitely
For
know.
those of you that are new to the show, there are plenty of commands out there. You can do boo, you can do applause, you can clap, you can zap Kenny, you can zap me, you can flip us, you can spin us. You know, spin Kenny, spin Alex. There's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole host of commands for you guys. This is an interactive show. That's what the goal is.
Good news, everyone!
Yeah, Bloomberg Cash Infusion.
Bloomberg.
Yeah. All right, so go fill out the survey and tell them that, yes, you do want to have them keep studying the latest science as it comes out and keep, you know, updating the information that's out there. Because we know it's only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. And I got to cover up that barcode, because I don't know where that one goes to. But Michael Schuster posted, back in Thailand, it's just still this one shop, which had 3 customers within 5 minutes. Last time, it was 30% disposables. Now it's 50% disposables. One was labeled with 3% Nick, and on the other 2, it's not even more mentioned, but it's at least 3%. I usually use 0.75% for pods, but I'll make it. $25 a piece, well worth it.
Wow.
Mark Zuckerberg just published a letter admitting to criminal negligence on behalf of Pfizer and governments by censoring information concerning the C word and the jab. The entire world needs to hold these people responsible for their misinformation. And we do need to take a look at some science before we jump back into another firebombing down in Australia. All right? Because here you go. Beautiful piece of science. Links in the description below. Is the post-COVID-19 syndrome a severe impairment of acetylcholine orchestrated neuromodulation that responds to nicotine administration? Yes.
What? Wow.
For those of you that don't have any science or medical background information to you, nicotine binds to nicotinic acetylcholine receptors in your body. Okay? And you remember there was a study that was going around making big hay, started in France, about how when the whole pandemic started, there was people supposing that if we put a nicotine patch on people, that we could prevent getting sick. Nothing ever happened to that study. There's been lots of scientists that have talked about this topic of conversation. And it all boils down to some basic physiology where when you get somebody that's never consumed nicotine before in your life, what happens in your body when you first consume nicotine is the number of these receptors grows and can easily double in your body, right? Because it loves the reaction it gets. It loves that dopamine boost in your brain and the way it makes you feel. So it wants more receptors to be able to capture as much of it as possible, right? But once you've been a smoker like us for decades, the number of these receptors in your body is pretty well maxed out, right? You can't really, your body can't really make any more, right? So what happens when you up your nicotine dosage? When you up your nicotine dosage, what happens is it preferentially attaches to nicotine instead of the virus. And when the virus gets dislodged from these receptors, then it gets a float around in your blood, and then your white blood cells go, hey, you're a foreign body, let me attack you. And then it works its way out of our system. And there's lots of scientific studies that are out there talking about how that's what the latest scientific evidence is showing, that people that have long COVID, it's a neuromodulation problem because acetylcholine, these receptors are what regulates your neuromodulation, your whole systemic and hormonal balance, essentially, without getting too thick in the weeds, trying to keep it simple. So these people that are taking long COVIDs, that's the reason they're putting a patch on, is because, well, when they put a patch on, then you get the nicotine binding to these receptors, which releases the COVID virus, and then your body fights it off. And within a matter of 2 weeks, these people that have suffered for long COVID for years can be back to normal. And this paper right here lays out exactly how this works, right down to the very finite chemistry and the chemical reactions that take place at the neuron level in our body. Point being, nicotine is not a bad thing. Nicotine is a good thing. And had they not have censored all this crap, there's a lot of people that would have the chance of being alive today had this stuff not been censored.
Exactly.
And they let scientific discourse work its way through the scientific process of, here's my evidence, here's my studies, let's talk about this, and let's come to a resolute understanding of what is reality. But no, they chose censorship. And
Surprise,
I guarantee
surprise.
you, a decade or 2 or 5 decades down the road, scientists are going to study it. And just like with vaping and all this anti-vaping crap, some scientists are going to do the calculations like an accountant and figure out exactly how many people died because of Bloomberg's meddling in this thing that he has no business meddling in. Same with this whole pandemic situation. But here's a lovely study for you. Joint smoking, vaping prevalence rates among American youth and young adults.
Okay.
So they're smoking joints?
Oh, you're saying you're banning, you're restricting vape, and you're promoting cannabis use. So that's the next thing they're going to turn to, aren't they?
Yeah. Well. Links to these scientific studies are below because the other person I happen to talk to at the E6 Summit, we chatted a little bit in our messaging thing because you have to break the ice and say hi to different people. So I reached out to her because she's been on Patrick's show and she's actually had lunch with Patrick. So I reached out to her and says, I love your work. I try and feature it on the show as much as possible. And she's like, oh, have you seen my latest one? I'm like, no. So here's a link to her latest study, how New Zealand adults who smoked understand novel tobacco endgame policies. Do you know what bans are coming your way and what kind of taxes they're doing and how they plan on cutting all the vape shops down to as few as possible? So link to this description below if you want to check it out. I think Kenny's had about enough of this news that we can talk about for one day. I think it's time for him to have some alcohol.
And I'm just saying, I'm looking at something down there. So I've got a flashy light of some sort and know what the fuck it was. What the fuck's that? Somebody's left me printer on by the looks of it.
Oh, mine's on 24/7.
Oh,
like a half a dozen printers around the house.
Oh, no, we don't leave things like that on. We save electricity. We're green.
Oh, I've got green printers. My laser printers go to sleep when they're not being used.
Oh.
They wake up on network activity of print job.
Oh, very nice.
Inkjet printers automatically go to sleep too, because what they do is when the inkjet nozzles have been set stagnant for a while, they need to cycle the ink inside that nozzle to keep it from drying out.
That's probably why
some of them are better at it than others. Some of them you leave them sit for 6 months and that print head's junk because it doesn't cycle it.
I've done that many a time. Bought a new ink thing and just left it and went to use it being dry as a bone.
Yeah. Unless you spend some money on a good photo printer, a photo ink printer, like one my wife's got downstairs in her craft room we bought her. It's got 6 different ink color cartridges. There's a big fat black cartridge for printing black. There's a photo black. There's also a photo gray in there. Plus you have your standard, cyan and
red, blue,
magenta,
blah, 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 yeah. No, that's just a 4
colors.
cartridge. No, that's got the 2 cartridge one, but the cartridges cost a fortune for it. Ridiculous.
Well, see, that one, the print head is fixed in the printer. You can't change that. If it goes bad, you got to buy a new printer. Technically, you can change it, but you're not supposed to. The parts are unavailable.
What we actually used to do, we used to buy a printer, and then if the cartridges cost more than the printer, you just bin the printer and go and buy a new printer.
Remember when they used to do that? They had all these rebates on the brand new printers, and the ink that they put in them was only like half full. But it was so cheap for you to buy the printer that you didn't buy ink cartridges, you just bought a whole new printer.
Yep.
Tell me how bad that was for the environment.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't it?
You could buy a printer for like $30 or $40, and the ink cartridges were $29.99 a piece when they went bad.
Yeah.
No, just buy a whole new printer.
Yeah, just bin that new one. Thank you. We used to do that ages ago. Ages ago. Still do it to this day sometimes. But we didn't really use a printer that much, to be honest, in the house. So it's not that.
That's why
really
when I started my master's program, the first one of 3, I bought myself a laser printer, color laser printer, because I could buy a remanufactured print cartridge for that for like $20. I buy a complete set of them for less than the price of 1 HP toner cartridge.
I've always fancied a laser printer. Like I've had my eye on them, but they're not that cheap over here, unfortunately.
And the thing is, where an inkjet cartridge only gets you like 800 pages, these things give you thousands of pages. The black one does 8,000 pages per toner cartridge. The drum's rated for 50,000 pages.
It's like I say, especially if you use them on photo paper. If you use an ink cartridge on photo paper, you've got a risk of getting a smudge or you touch it with your finger when you pull it out. It smudges it, if it's still wet. The laser ones, it just dries, it bumps it straight on. The mint laser
all it does is it drops the pigment on the paper and then uses the heat to fuse that.
Burn it in,
yeah.
I've always fancied one, but at the minute we're over here, they're quite expensive.
Yeah, they have gone up quite a bit in price.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think I paid $400 for mine, but if you were to buy the ink or the toner cartridges back then, they were $129 a piece, and there was 4 of them in there.
Yeah.
You could buy a set of toner for $400 if you bought the complete set.
Yeah. I get 30k from my laser printer. Son of a little, ooh, very nice. 30,000 prints over a print. Fuck. That's awesome value for money.
Yeah. And the thing is, you had to be careful because they do have color ink, color laser printers that only give you like 1,000 pages per toner cartridge.
Yeah.
So I made sure
Depends
when I
on the
shopped,
brand.
I got one that, did 4,000 per color.
Yeah, it's like everything. It depends how much you're going to use it, You're
Yeah, you spend an extra $100 on it, and now I've saved literally thousands over the years.
Yeah, definitely. It's like
And the thing is,
everything,
I could sit there for a year and never print, and it'll still print fantastic the next time I go to print.
Yeah. It's a laser. It's a laser.
Kind of a misnomer. Doesn't actually use laser light. It uses a fuser.
I mean, touching off topic, I know like we've done news and all that shit, but off topic, obviously, I don't know if you've heard on the news over there about that a guy who was Assad, who's obviously buggered off from Syria now. He's now seeking asylum in Russia. Syria, Syria, what are the rebellion or whatever have actually took over Syria now. He's gone. He's packed his bags the weekend and he's pissed off over to Moscow seeking asylum at Assad. So our government's looking at it now. All the people are seeking asylum for Syria now. Everything's getting paused until they see what this new government is going to do. The Americans are obviously watching it as well. They're watching it very closely because obviously, Syria got sanctioned to bits worldwide, didn't it? Every country sanctioned them because of that fucking dictator running. So, but the thing is, they class these as some countries class the current regime that's got it now as a terrorist group, but they're saying we're not, So it's a case of wait and see what happens. Well, they went straight to the prisons and released everybody out of jail. Just went in, everybody was free. Didn't matter what they'd done, but 9 out of 10 times, knowing that dictator, there'll probably be political prisoners and all that kind of shit. So, but yeah,
we can get into some really complex conversations when you start talking about geopolitical situations, like Syria and North Korea and like the whole situation with Iran and Iraq and the wars that we had over there. And how did these people get into power in the first place? How did the Taliban get into power in the first place? It's not a surprise to me to find out that the CIA was the one that funded these people, back in the 80s when their arch enemy was Gaddafi.
Yeah. But now the Taliban was poppies, wasn't it? It was opium. They were selling that freaking worldwide. They fund their stuff. They're massive opium dealers.
Imagine what this world would be like if they were to legalize all drugs across the whole globe.
Oh,
would we have any of these wars?
I still think you'd probably get the company wars, we are the top supplier of this. We are just a bit like big pharma, big tobacco. You'd have all that kind of shit with each drug, wouldn't you? We're big.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have actual wars where they're dropping warheads and blowing up towns and displacing all these civilians and the migrations of people that are immigrating to new countries and all this other stuff. It's like, Imagine what the world could be like.
We'll all be off our fucking tits by the looks of it.
Steve Yeager's like, well, the rules of natural selection would have to take into effect, and some of these idiots would just drug themselves into oblivion. Okay. It's a choice.
Yeah.
Let them make the choice on what they want to put in their body, and if they want to put it enough into their body that it takes their life, well, you're not going to change their mind no matter what you prohibit.
Yeah, but like you see, the average stuff that's out on the streets now, it's mixed with all that kind of shit and stuff to tone, to make it cheaper. People die of overdose when they actually get a good bit of fucking heroin. They actually die of it because they used to put in whatever amount in. Then when they get a good fucking dose, they overdose on it. So it's quality, innit?
Yeah,
crazy stuff.
Let's figure this out. What's the population control of what they're doing now versus what would happen if everything was legalized and we had no reason to go over war over poppy fields?
We'd all be, like I said, we'd all be off our tits on something, so we wouldn't care.
See, it's easy for me to have this kind of conversation because I play Civilization. I have since it first came out. And I love playing Civ 5. I've gotten to the point now where in 24 hours I can conquer the whole world. Every single time. No matter who I'm leading or what nation or what part of the globe they put me on. You just spam the whole continent with cities, and I already know what the priorities are at different stages of the game, so it's like too easy. And it's too easy to relate what's actually happening on the planet with what that game would allow me to manipulate and do. Send a spy over to this country and ruin their government and ruin their progress, and same shit happens here in the real world.
Movie, didn't it? Made a movie, didn't it? War Games. That was kind of that kind of scenario, wasn't it? But obviously, nuclear warheads.
Shall we play a game?
Yeah, the rock and roll.
The best thing to do is to not play the game.
True. Very true. Very true, Seth.
All right.
Do not.
Let's continue this conversation after we've had some alcohol. So it's time for a flavor explosion.
A flavor explosion. Now you are talking.
Your entertainment today, I'm continuing on my Rebel multi-pack with the limited edition Peppermint Mocha Latte, 5% alcohol by volume, and that pairs up beautifully with Frusion Juice Company's Spoonful in this Hell Vape mouth-to-lung tank.
He's getting like Bogan every day. He's pairing it up with a juice.
Today yeah.
I'm going for a bit of Spanish stuff. I've got the old San Miguel, good old Spanish lager. I can remember drinking this many a time in Benidorm. It is a 500 ml can, and it is 5% proof, 5% volume in alcohol proof, 5% proof, and that's what we used to call it. Yeah, bit of Spanish lager this week. Bit of Spanish lager this week, guys and girls.
Yeah, in celebration of Christmas, I think Peppermint Mocha Latte is pretty damn good. Cheers, mate.
To your health, sir.
Oh, is that freaking fantastic?
But what I paired this up this week with, have you noticed there's been no peanuts this week? Because I've gone for some hot, sweet chili Pringles.
Hot Pringles?
They are spicy. Wow, they are spicy. Hot chili. Sweet chili flavor, but hot.
I'm still looking for the one that Andy posted on Facebook. Andy KJ
What was
used
that
to
one?
do vape reviews. It's a mesquite barbecue.
The barbecue ones. Never seen them ones here, but yeah, they've got that one. Really nice. I thought I'd have a bit of spice in my life tonight.
Wow. That's like
That is
having
nice.
Fruit Loop cereal with a peppermint chocolate milk.
I was never really a fan of Fruit Loops. Nah, I can't say I was.
You've never had American Fruit Loops. That's what I should send you in your box.
I've had honey loops. We've got honey loops in the UK, but not Fruit Loops.
Yeah, we had Honey Nut
Oh.
Cheerios here as well.
But our Fruit Loops are like, they're like hair that they just don't taste like what they should do. It tastes like you're chomping hair. It's like they've got a very bland flavor. You probably got
I
to
should
put like
send you a
half
box of American Fruit Loops. If you won't eat it as a snack, I'm sure your kids will dive right into it. They would love the sugar rush off of our American Fruit Loops.
Oh, our Abby would, without a doubt. She loves stuff like that. God almighty, does she not?
Yeah.
Loves American stuff. Always, every time I go to the shop, she wants a Reese's bar or something like that. You know, it's just, why eat? Why?
And don't forget to drop your hand checks and dad jokes on the Facebook post or the
Yes,
Twitter
please.
post.
Get them all.
And let us know about it, or you could drop them in the Discord server. Patrick's like, they have San Miguel in Spain? The only San Miguel I ever drank was the Filipino San Miguel.
Oh, yeah, it's Spanish lager. Spanish
His
lager.
wife is
my
of
friend.
Filipino descent.
Ah, right.
William Dobson says American Fruit Loops are like eating sugar. They sure are.
Really sweet. That's sweet, are they? I was probably, to get that effect, you'd probably have to coat them in about half a bag of sugar or half a pound of sugar, whichever way you want to go.
About
They're
half the
very
box
bland.
is probably sugar. I don't know.
It probably is the sugar content. What's in here? A little bit of wee bit of barley, 80% sugar. Champion.
Oh, he added that the Filipino San Miguel is shite.
This is not bad. The Spanish is not bad. Not too bad. I've had worse. Let's just see.
We've all had worse.
Yeah.
Especially when you're willing to try just about anything. My worst horror that we had at the club was Blue Moon. When they first came out, I think they're like an IPA, and I'm just like, oh no. Watered down
budget-
Indian Pale Ale? Oh no.
A budget lager, which was big in its day. I mean, I don't think you can get it. It was called Ace Lager, right? Ace. It was a can like that, same size, and it must have been about 1% alcohol. You needed at least 24 to get anywhere near feeling happy. It was like shit. It was like piss. It was horrible.
No. Yeah.
It was cheap as chips, you know. It was £2 or something for 4 cans. That's how cheap it was and how horrible and nasty it was. It was fucking vile. God, you see all the unemployed people who had fuck all on the gyro day going to the local supermarket getting 2 cases of Ace Lager. Fucking shite. Oh my god, it was awful.
Here's one I posted.
William.
I saw this one on a Facebook deal. And, well, once I saw it on the Facebook deal, this one originally says Monday is coming for you like, wait a minute, hold on. I got to turn you on. Sorry. How'd you turn off?
On, did you?
I was doing a speaker review for Hunky Audio, the other channel I'm starting. So anyway, this originally said Monday is coming for you like, from The Wizard of Oz. Right? I'm like, oh no, that's not Monday. That's FDA CTP. Coming for you like, an old lady on a bicycle. You and your little vapes too. Kiss off.
Exactly. Brilliant. Love it.
And that's all because here we have a beautiful x-ray of Dr. Brian King's head so far up Bloomberg's ass, it's going to need to be surgically removed.
Oh, Jesus. I like it.
Because he doesn't understand the complexity of smoking cessation. Tobacco control ants think it's just a simple on-off switch. It's not.
No.
It's a bunch of knobs and dials and what's better for you? Mouth to lung, direct to lung, high nick, low nick. Everybody's got to find exactly what dial works for them. What flavor tickles your fancy?
Yep, what suits you? Bummer, man. Absolute bummer.
For me, this is what worked. Right there. Now there's this mod that's replaced it. And unfortunately, this past week, I busted the glass.
Another one. What is it with you with breaking glasses? What is it with you?
Yeah. My Aspire Odin lost another glass.
You need a bag of cock rings. That's what you need.
And the sad reality is my wife found another box of coils in the stuff from the camper.
That sounded so wrong, but you do. You need a packet of cock rings, mate.
I got them. I just don't put them on the tanks.
I think you want to.
They're in the drawer back there. Ordered a bunch of them silicone ones.
You better start using them, man.
All right. Let's see what all we got going on here.
As they say, you should put a rubber on it.
We got people dropping them in the thing, so I guess I should roll the bumper, for hand checks.
Caffeine will kill you!
I don't know what happened to the hand checks. There's the dad jokes. I don't know. There they are. I knew it was here somewhere. All right, so this is Nicholas Hadley's published this one for us. Here's the beautiful test results for a fresh batch, fresh baked sugar, graham cookie with strawberry puree. Finally got this burrow set up and running thanks to Jeremy Voorhees. Bad chip, but now she's brand new. Can't wait for the show today to show off this beautiful burrow.
It does look nice, like.
Yeah. Let me reload the page because it changed from 1 to 2. William Dobson dropped his.
Oh.
Another victim of the Samsung cell phone. This time the battery didn't explode, but the wife found out what my password was.
Ouch.
Ruh-roh.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. All right, let's see if we got any pets. Oh, there's my Maggie May.
Maggie
Well,
May.
I've got a new Google phone. And man, does it take amazing freaking pictures. We had a nice warm day out. My wife was out burning cardboard boxes out in the backyard in our burn barrel. And she's like, oh, Maggie's enjoying the hay, the straw from our decorations that she spread over the lawn. Let me get some pictures of her.
Oh, oh lovely. Sitting there rather comfortable, aren't you? Huh?
Photographic little
Proper
devil, isn't she?
Proper poser.
She sure is. Hey, babe. I met a guy today. He was really handsome, and I think I'm in love with him. His name is Roger. Yeah, all right. Show me the dog.
Oh, he's a handsome boy, isn't he?
Because I know you're going to ask to bring him home.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's it for the poochies. I got some other ones, but I didn't save them or prep them. So I guess it's time for some dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey, man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time! Kenny said you're not a conspiracy theorist, but I think you might have been. The real conspiracy theorists believe that the government actually cares about them. The media would never mislead or lie to them. And the pharmaceutical industry always has their best interest at heart.
Oh, shit.
Mom, what's a conspiracy theorist? Somebody making fairly obvious observations that the government doesn't like. Because here we have the facts, please. The facts. Current use is at least once in the last 30 days of U.S. middle and high school students. Nicotine use dropped by 50% from 2011 to 2024. And the current use, daily use, is not included in this because it is at 1.4% and has been for several years.
Wow.
Once in the last 30 days is 5.9%.
Shit.
Since 2019, when they had the big epidemic of youth vaping, kids were already smoke-free. Dropped below 5% in 2019. Now, total nicotine use is going to reach smoke-free status here next year. Lost. Not lost. Fuck off.
The dog's kind of advertising he's probably lost, thinking, where the fuck's my owner gone?
Yeah. You know, folks, Noah was a conspiracy theorist until it rained.
Luke 17:26.
Unwrapping presents at Christmas is fun. Unwrapping people from wrecked cars is not. Don't be a dickhead. Don't drink and drive.
Yeah, don't drink and drive, folks. Little message for Christmas.
My generation is built different because we had classrooms full of mini guillotines.
Oh, God, I remember then.
Aren't they great to
Holy
use?
Shit. Remember when you used to try and be a strong man, see how many sheets you could cut? Like half a ream of fucking paper.
Yeah. In 6 years, the 80s will have been 50 years ago.
Oh, don't be. That's. Oh, that's. Oh, God. You just made me feel so fucking old. Fuck off.
People say save the earth. Nah, don't worry about the earth. The earth will be fine long after we've rendered ourselves extinct from our stupid policies.
We'll die before the planet does.
And I think that's what Robert Harvey tried to get me to watch. There was a program that he shared a link to that's been blocked in my country. But it was talking about, you know, the existence of the planet Earth after humans have eradicated themselves.
Probably fucking rebloom and refresh itself.
Why are you crying, Smudge? The ending of the book I'm reading is very sad. What book is it? My bank account.
Bank book. Holy shit.
This milk tanker is an Aussie classic. From the titty to the city.
I like that.
Oh, mate, I don't think you're supposed to park there.
Holy moly. UK copper now.
Drinking makes you look beautiful. I haven't been drinking. What are you talking about? I have.
Too much.
Remember last week we talked about our Hot Wheels cars and how they used to be the greatest fucking thing since sliced bread?
Oh,
they were so detailed, they were all metallic, and they were all hand assembled.
Well, there you go. Speaking of which, look what I dug out. She's been sitting in my wardrobe for a while. There she is.
See, I wasn't the only one playing with models this week.
Yeah, look at her. Oh, this is full metal die cast. All the details in there as well. Wow. Love this motor. I loved it long before that film, by the way, Gone in 60 Seconds. This was here long before that. But what a car. That's my lottery winning car, mate. I'll actually come to America and buy one if I ever won the lottery. I'll come to your house in it.
Mate, if Trump actually does say vaping and we start selling your rum cookie e-liquid,
yeah,
we'll both be going on vacation.
Yeah, man.
I'm telling you, man. I'm excited to send it your way. More so than I was with the cherry bakewell.
If it's anything
just those
like
two
that,
e-liquids alone will put us on the map.
Easy. Especially in the UK, I've never seen I've tried loads of brands here and there's nothing come anywhere close. They're all chemically. The people that try them in here, they're chemically. They taste very chemically. That isn't. Unbelievable.
You know, folks, the only time you should look down on someone is when you're reaching down to pick them up. Give them a helping hand.
Exactly. Help them up.
Here we go. This is what we were talking about. High school current use, at least once in the last 30 days. Here's the current statistics and the breakdown. For cigarettes only, 1.2%. It was 1.3 last year, 1.5% for dual use. Cigarettes only is in red, and it's so goddamn small that they can't even give it a number.
Wow.
But nobody celebrated it. There's a whole generation. There's multiple generations now of children that are not ever going to be smokers.
Yeah, without your government bullshit intervening, they let people vape. It'll come down naturally. They'll not have to pass laws.
It already is.
Exactly.
All right. I love taking something that you can relate to and using it to impart new knowledge on you. All right? Physics is actually fun. You just got to get people to relate to it a little bit. So here's understanding power factor. See this head on the beer? That's wasted power. Versus the liquid portion of the beer is useful power. And you can calculate that. The apparent power, which is all of it put together, with the reactive and the active power. How come they don't teach college classes like this? It would have been so much easier to learn this crap.
It would have been so much fun.
And if you thought you felt old earlier, Bing Crosby's White Christmas was released in 1945.
Really? Wow, that old.
So all of us 70s kids, listen to this 30-year-old Christmas classic. Our entire childhood. And then along comes Mariah Carey in 1994, releasing her All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Which was shite,
so today's kids listen to this 30-year-old Christmas classic.
Poor bastards.
How old does that make Bing Crosby's White Christmas?
60 years, isn't it? 70 more?
55 and 24, 79 years old.
79. And it's still probably going, you know what I mean? It's still listened to this day.
Another defunct American corporation, Kmart. Give satisfaction always. How about a pair of denim jeans for $1.48? Charcoal charbroil gas grill, $99.
Shit.
How about a scanning monitor for $93.88 or a portable radio for $53? Color TVs, $328. A brand new 22-inch lawnmower, $78.
Oh, wow.
Cassette recorder, $26. How about a roast beef dinner at Kmart Cafe for $1.67 with coffee or regular Coke?
You couldn't even get the coffee or Coke for that now.
97% of U.S. nicotine vapors are adults. Only 3% are teens. And please, don't ever allow yourself to become this dickhead on the left. So fucking lazy you can't even shovel the other half of the step for your neighbor.
Stupid is.
I want an emotional support animal. Yeah, me too. A chicken, a 4-piece, and a biscuit. That's all the emotional support animal I need.
Exactly.
Some chicken strips, basket. Yeah. How many of y'all remember this show? The name of the show is What's Behind Her Head and Her Butt.
Beg your pardon?
Big round ring.
It's obviously some kind of... It's that time travel thing, isn't it? It's that... Oh, come on, man.
Come on, Mallory. You should know what it is. Stargate SG-1.
Stargate, that's it. Stargate.
And like I said, they've been hiring these kids to promote this misinformation, but come 2032, there ain't going to be nobody smoking.
Hope so.
And if Trump implements a drastic change to the FDA's position on this, it's going to be happening even faster.
Be earlier, yeah.
If the truth comes out and they admit to lying to the public this whole time, because they were just being precautionary, it's going to go even faster. And then there's us. You know, when you're watching the news and yet another one of your conspiracy theories comes true. Hey, I served Facebook jail time for saying that 3 months ago.
Hate speech.
They took down our episode 5 episodes ago. And see, guess the truth does eventually come out. So, having a little nap on the sofa before taking myself up to bed for my main sleep is called snores devore.
Nap, we call it.
You remember back in the 80s or 90s when they were doing, I think Saturday Night Live did a skit on this one. They always come up with brand new words like, what are those French fries called in the bottom of the bag that aren't in the fry container? They gave like specific names to all these random things that we never thought about. You know, when you go to McDonald's and you eat your burger and you eat your fries, and then you get done and the box is empty with the sandwich and the box is empty with the fries, but you reach in the bag to get your napkin and there's still a cup of fries left in there? What are those called?
Escapees.
I like those names. Hey, wow. Woo-hoo. We'll get to that later. Because my wife sent me this one the other day. She's like, I drive home so quick after work. Like, I'm actually, late for the house. And you all remember all the memes we had during the lockdown, the pandemic and stuff? We were making fun of the fact, oh man, I overslept. I was late for the sofa this morning. Because nobody was going anywhere.
Hi, Neil. Neil Pitts
Neil
in the house,
hello
everybody.
and welcome. My wife says that we need to get our cuddling blanket out.
Oh, my.
I hate it when people ask me if I did anything exciting over the weekend. Like, come on, let's be serious. Like, I'm over here skydiving. I'm old. I went to Walmart, maybe did some laundry, ate too much food, and took a nap. What the fuck you expect out of me?
So true, isn't it?
And nobody sighs louder than an unemployed, debt-free dog who spends at least 16 hours a day sleeping and 4 hours begging for more treats because one wasn't enough.
That sounds familiar.
Hey, did your dog enjoy the rawhide I sent last year? You want another one of them?
Yeah, you can buy it.
When I was younger, I used to laugh watching this guy have a meltdown every Christmas. I totally get it now. I totally understand why he was like that.
Hey, you grow up and you yeah.
Fuck. I'm going to take up coin collecting. The change will do me good. One of the original General Lee cars from the TV series The Dukes of Hazzard holds the record for the longest jump without a landing ramp. And it is still seen in the opening credits of the TV show Jump in the Creek. And it is now currently parked in front of one of the stores in East Tennessee on the Highway 11 West in Hawkins County.
Yeah, you can see it's well buckled, that front end, like, isn't it? Holy shit. Do you want it didn't snap?
Uh-oh, wiener down! Oscar Mayer Wienermobile is down. This is a serious accident. Hey, you bastard! Hello and welcome.
Hey, bastard.
Kenny's playing with his Wienermobile.
Wow.
The 67 Cobra Shelby. The Shelby Cobra. I can't even talk. I need more alcohol. Damn straight, Skippy. Kids these days will never understand.
Hell no.
That was commonplace.
Yeah.
Every freaking McDonald's you went into, they had one of those ashtrays on every single chair, every single table.
So true.
And you could ask for matches with your dinner or lunch or breakfast. They didn't have breakfast back then, actually, come to think of it. Meanwhile, if Santa Claus raised cattle, he'd be a jolly rancher.
Hell yeah, he would.
Remember winding these fuckers up every night?
Good old wind your clock and your alarm bell. Yeah, too right.
Never had a problem sleeping in with that thing going off.
Oh, hell no. Woke the whole house up.
No snooze alarm needed. You couldn't possibly fall asleep after that thing went off.
Oh, hell
And it would
no.
rattle its way off of the end table and crash onto the ground and still be rattling away.
It would frighten the fucking life out of you.
Hey, kids today couldn't handle the pain of taking one of these bad boys to the shin.
I remember them. Oh my god, yeah. I remember actually scraping the bark off my whole shin on one of them. It bloody hurt.
It took a chunk of skin off with it.
Oh, yeah.
And for those of you who think that I don't believe in global warming, I do. I just don't talk about it like other people do because I think the causes are different than what people think. Just take a look at it. If you've ever dealt with any old style houses like this house that was built in 1944 and it used original lumber, just look at the growth rings in the lumber today versus the lumber that's in every single wall in this house.
Proper wood.
Why is it growing so fast now? Because trees need carbon dioxide to breathe. Don't need any scientific studies to tell me we got more CO2 in our atmosphere than we did back in our parents'
Oh, Christ almighty, have we not? Hell yeah, have we.
and more data for you guys to understand. You can make fun of people for buying Teslas instead of Shelbys, but you can't change the laws of physics, Captain. Gasoline-powered vehicle, around 80% of the energy is lost, completely lost, to heat or who knows what other energy inefficiencies. Your transmission, where your motor's spinning, but the transmission ain't doing shit because your car ain't moving. 68 to 72% are lost through the engine alone. Another 4 to 6% parasitic losses. 3 to 5% in the drivetrain. 0 to 2% for the auxiliary electrical usage, thereby resulting in only 16 to 25% of the original energy going to the wheels for movement. Versus an electric car, which, yeah, I know the lithium-ion batteries are bad, blah, blah, blah. New technology is coming out from Panasonic that's going to improve battery efficiency 5-fold. So if you have to charge your car every day now, you'll only have to charge it like every 5 days. Or they can cut the size of the battery down a fifth of what it originally was. 20% of what it originally was.
your percentage of loss is high in your drivetrain because that's obviously where your clutch is. So you're going to use something between the clutch and the drive.
There's no clutch in an electric car, mate.
Yeah, but it's still got to take up
controlled.
but still got to take up the drive in it. So it's going to lose some energy taking the drive up, transferring the power from the engine to the wheels. That's where you're losing your energy.
Yeah, electromagnetic and then the gearing.
Yeah, that's 18%. That's pretty high, isn't it? Still for that, for the drivetrain.
Yeah, but the overall energy transformation is 87 to 90% of the original energy that went from into the car is now used for propulsion.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's definitely higher than a petrol or diesel-driven vehicle, without a doubt.
So just like vapes are going to, wipe out combustion, it's the same thing here. You're going to have your diehards that are always going to want their collector cars and their antiques and whatever. But for general population, everything's going to be electric in the future.
Pretty much. That's where it's going, isn't it?
And for those of you that love your Walmart, starting December 5th, customers are going to be required to unload the semi-trucks at Walmart. This will be in addition to your self-checkout duties. And it will be for the same zero pay you're getting now.
Yep. I never use them self-service. I always go with the till. I make sure I get my money's worth.
All right, man. Read that license plate off to me. Tell me what you think it is.
I sued.
So, is loved or I sharded? Which one do you think it is?
Well, obviously the latter.
Is loved or I sharded?
I thought that, yeah. Oh my God.
Masturbation does not make you go blind. Hey, over here, lady, not over there. Can't you see anything? All right. You thought you felt old earlier? I got my beautiful Corsair model I built. Well, here we have 3 aircrafts. One from 1941, and one from 1981, and one from 2021. 2021 is as far from 1981 as 1981 is from 1941.
Okay.
40 years between each of those aircraft.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's interesting.
I'll put the STD in stud. All I need is you. And I can give you an STD too.
Hell yeah.
And I got my Pabst Blue Ribbon beer to help it all lubricate easier.
Oh, Brewer's Droop.
Don't worry, babe. We got this. I'm selling a candle that smells like my vagina. Oh, no. I know you're going to face mask on. You know, whatever happened to these things? In the 90s, we had the club. Car thieves just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, we had them. We call them the crook locks. So they're called crook lock.
Well, until they realized all you needed was a pressurized aerosol can that you turned upside down and you could freeze the lock and smash it with a hammer and take your club and throw it in the trunk. Or out the window. What does Santa call his naughty reindeer? Venison.
Venison. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I work very hard for my money. Yeah, ugly striplers usually have to.
Oh, Jesus.
I started a new beer diet. I've already lost 3 days this week.
God rest his soul, he's gone in.
Hi, mate. What do you think? Tits pizza or Tito's pizza?
I prefer the Tits pizza, actually. Have some
Almost
of
as
that.
good as the new one in Ohio that just opened up ever since they legalized cannabis. It's called Baked Pizza. Come and get baked with our pizza.
Probably will and all.
And here we have the difference between motivation and discipline.
Yep. Nice and even.
On this channel, we use discipline. One improvement every single week. We don't count a couple back steps from Windows changing our audio settings every single time we blink. One constant improvement is all it takes. And then the next thing you know, you can have fireworks. You can have some good news. You can cheer.
Good news, everyone!
How many of y'all remember that show?
Oh, hell, Knight Rider. There's Kit. In the lorry. And the Hoff. The Hoff.
I feel let down. How come we don't have cars like Kit nowadays?
It's like my wife would do Back to the Future. She thought we'd have hoverboards by now, but no.
Self-lacing shoes? The fuck all we got is Velcro?
Yeah. Nothing like what they said. Nice, but it never happened.
And you wonder why people follow Google Maps and find themselves in a creek without a paddle, when Google Maps themselves finds themselves up shit creek without a paddle.
What the fuck's he doing in there? It makes you sometimes wonder, doesn't it?
I want you. Okay, but I'm going to be late for work. Hey, man, how come you're 2 minutes late today?
Well, you know.
Speedy Gonzalez.
It had to be quick. It had to be quick.
Likely excuse.
The worst case of premature ejaculation I've ever come across.
Well, maybe so, but I think Walmart's opened themselves up for a lawsuit.
Light up Christmas. Feral cats. That would go down well in Australia, wouldn't it? The Australians would jump at that.
Hey, maybe that's where the picture is taken.
What does that do? Apologize.
There's nothing to do with tobacco taxes, says Mark Butler.
Apologize.
How many of you recognize this young lady?
Oh, God, no.
TV show in the 80s. And the Navy on the side of the Corsair should give it away what show she was in.
Pass.
Her name, or real name, was Catherine Bell.
Total pass.
She is a lawyer.
Lawyer?
In the show, she was actually a Marine. But she was the co-host on the show, where he was a lawyer. Jag.
Jag? Ooh.
Remember Jag?
Can't remember that one. I heard of it, but can't remember it.
We have more in common than you think. Oh, do we go to the same vet?
Holy shit.
And we have the 7 stages of grief. I can't believe it's not butter. Denial. What? Not butter? Anger. Could it be butter? Bargaining. This is not butter. Unbelievable. Depression. Unsalted margarine. Acceptance.
Oh, God, hell no.
Son of Liberty Radio says NCIS was a spin-off of JAG.
Really?
I never thought about it like that. Yeah. Hey, bastards, like, I recognize those headlights anywhere.
Yeah,
You
well,
ever eat Mexican food? You know, it's the weirdest food in the world. No matter what you order, it's the exact same fucking thing. It's just, the only difference is how they fold it.
it's pretty true.
And what they stuff it with.
It's pretty true, isn't it? A little extra cheese in your taco.
You ate all the cake. I only had one piece, but it's finished. I didn't cut it.
Oh, God. Love it.
I have some bad news and good news to tell you. All right. We need to break up. So what's the bad news?
It just works, doesn't it?
And I know we've been kind of skim on the maps this week, but here we have a picture of Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport overlaid on Paris. That's
bigger
Paris
than
for
Paris.
you American folk.
Fucking hell. That's one big fucking airport. Holy shit.
It's all about size in Texas, man.
Too, right?
I keep getting stronger with age. I can now lift $100 worth of groceries with one pinky finger.
That's so true in this day and age now.
Do you want to work overtime? First of all, I don't even want to work regular time.
Hell no.
Psycho. Folks, public service announcement for today. Don't forget to drink water and get some sun. Y'all are basically nothing but houseplants with complicated emotions.
Technically, yeah.
Me going for a stupid fucking walk in a stupid fucking cold temperature for my stupid fucking mental health.
Looks well happy that, doesn't it? Holy moly.
And that right there, folks, wraps up the dad jokes for the week.
Holy moly.
We flying by all this stuff today.
What's going on?
You almost think we had a schedule to keep or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've got some kind of agenda or schedule on the go here.
Nah, man. I just been overdoing it a lot lately, so I'm like, hey, we gotta keep to a schedule and save the end for the malarkey and
streamlining the stream. Is that what we'll call it?
Nah, mate, I need to make sure I got all the e-liquid you want me to make ready to go in your box, so it's fully steeped by the time you get it.
I get that. I do get that.
Like, if I made you 3-banger custard today, or 4-banger custard, whatever the recipe was, that'd have to be the last e-liquid you try. Because last time we sent it, it still wasn't ready. You still had to wait like 2 more months.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, it was a long steep, that one. Well worth it in the end, though.
What? Son of Liberty Radio said they had a cold snap in South Texas. It's 66 degrees.
Well, yeah, thanks. Cheers, that's summer here.
Mate, I almost canceled the show today.
Really?
It's 56 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. I still got to do my wife's wheel bearing.
56? Jesus. We're going to
like,
well,
it's going to be 30-something tomorrow.
We had that storm come through. We're a little bit mild now, but we're expecting to be cold.
There you go, folks. Well, there's
Yeah, got
his.
me up. There you go. 5 degrees, mate. Feels like 4.
Wife's like, you can cancel your show if you want to work on the car. I'm like, nah, we already got to cancel Christmas and New Year's because they're both going to be Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. We ain't going to do a show on those nights.
No.
She's like, it was supposed to rain all day today. So I never even brought it up.
Quality time, them 2 days, man.
Yeah. There you go. There's our weather.
I know.
So I suppose it's time for us to do our retro vape. Get that knocked out of the ballpark.
Yes, please.
And hold on. My mate popped off to the loo. That's the potty for you American Yanks. While we take a look at this beautiful Aspire PockeX. Good thing I have a dead coil in here because I just heard that cotton sizzling away in there. Look at that bloody fantastic disaster. That would suck, man. When they had it so that, you know, you were screwing on to the actual top of the coil and the threads were tighter here than it was in the bottom. And you kind of accidentally pulled off this top thing. Juice went everywhere.
Oh.
The lovely PockeX from Aspire.
Ooh,
completely
nice.
sealed, and I plugged the sucker in last night to charge it.
Aspire did do
Turn
some
the
nice
sucker
stuff.
off. And this is one of them weird-ass coils. It's the same bottom vertical design, but it was dual-chambered. It does an actual U-turn inside this coil.
Ah.
Air comes in through the side here, goes down this coil, right there, comes down the coil, does a U-turn on the bottom, and then comes back up this side.
It's an odd one, isn't it?
Trying to get you all to see a little bit of that in there.
That's so odd. So weird in its day.
Everybody tried to do something different on it. I was cleaning up my stuff, as I do each week. You remember this one?
Oh god, the fucking thingy one. That was so odd, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just like it's screwed onto.
That was such a weird thing, that wasn't it? Wow.
Weird. They tried all kinds of weird stuff before they finally figured out, hey, mesh coils work the best, and why overcomplicate it? Just have it straight coming up over the bottom.
Yeah. Well,
So we got sent some beautiful brand new coils.
They did go through a phase of over-engineering stuff, didn't they? So... Oh, this
So we got one left, so we can enjoy this again in another year or two. Brand new coil from Aspire. I think they were the first ones that used this foil packaging deal for that. I remember getting coils in little plastic baggies.
That's right, yeah. You got them in a plastic bag. Damn.
So here you go. For the PockeX, 0.6 ohms, 18 to 23 watts. And the best part is that's not adjustable.
It'll probably bespoke made for that mod then.
Show.
It'll be to go with the mud.
I'm going to try this Pineapple Express in there. Vapetasia, handcrafted e-liquid, established in 2013.
Very nice. Pineapple Express. Oh. Oh, it's better. Getting a bit of air.
She smells delicious.
Oh, it's better.
I don't really need to paint that, because once I put this in here, I'm going to tighten her down. And then you take your little sleeve and you slide it down over the silicone O-ring on the bottom here. She's all good to go.
Fill her up, boy. That's proper old school. That's Jesus.
Is proper old school.
Yeah, man.
And the thing is, by the time that coil, the wicking inside there, soaks up the e-liquid in here, most of this tank's going to be empty.
Yeah.
Screw on top.
Can I just say, I'm just loving this fucking graphics card. Wow. So different on some of the stuff. Unbelievable.
I'll bet.
Holy moly.
Wait till you go and render stuff.
Oh, my camera on this OBS, on the OBS side, it's so tack sharp, it's unbelievable. The difference. Damn.
Now, it didn't change the way your card captures things. It's just the way that it's presented to you on your screen.
Yeah, it's just the display, and it's on a TV as well. Whoa, it's even awesome. Oh God, how good looking I am.
Look at it sucking that juice up and it's bubbling out of it.
See the bubbles gone in there. It's like, give me that juice now. Give me.
And this is the max you're supposed to fill it to. But whatever.
Yeah, by the time like you see, by the time it absorbs, the coil gets soaked and all that shit.
Just need to give her a couple minutes.
Yeah, man. What year was that? What was it? Aspire? What was it? Aspire
PockeX.
or something?
Look that stuff up.
An Aspire PockeX. Second monitor on the go.
So, looking at reviews, we're looking 2016.
Ooh, that's really old school. That is so
AV
old
Andy
school.
did it October 7th, 2016.
Ooh.
So many channels I've never even heard of before. Some people haven't reviewed it until 2021 even.
Really?
Sam Smokes did it in 2018.
2021, that's late. That's very late.
No big name reviewers that I see on here. Then again, that doesn't mean that they didn't have it, but they ended up removing it because back in that day, you could put links in all your stuff and nobody cared about it because it was actually YouTube, not Google YouTube.
Yeah.
So how many original reviews actually got pulled? Can you still get coils for it? That's a good question.
Ooh, off there, you could be struggling.
Well, you could get it directly from the manufacturer. $14.99, still available, still in stock.
Wow, I was very surprised that one.
And you have the 0.6 ohm or the 1.2 ohm coil options.
Wow, I'm very surprised with that one.
And I could order it right now from Element, $16.99 for a 5-pack of coils. And they have both resistance in stock.
That's not too bad.
That's one thing Aspire's always held to, is the fact that their stuff is always available.
Hmm.
You're looking at something that's at least 8 years old, and you can still get the coils for them.
Which is very rare this day and age. Very rare. Holy moly.
Black Note, another place I've never ordered from, a tobacco store has it. Vapor Authority. Some wholesale places, Pro Vape. Pharmacy World Australia has them.
Holy shit.
So for you Aussie blokes, if you have one, you can still get coils for them.
Damn.
From your pharmacy scheme.
That obviously ain't working.
It's almost like it's just too little too late.
It is. By a long way. A long, long way.
Your big naughty.
Holy
Who's your
shit.
big naughty?
The big naughty. Ooh. Sounds ominous.
How to change Aspire PockeX coils. No mess and no fuss. 3-minute video on YouTube. 16,000 views.
But then when the days though, people were interested in stuff then, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. You know, how you do it. Can't get it right.
Mate, you know where else you could order them from? Amazon UK has coils available.
Amazon. No shit. Well, I can't say I'm probably not surprised, actually. I'm not that surprised.
Amazon UK has them. Five-pack of coils, $9.99, £9.99.
On Amazon.
Pence.
On Amazon. Wow. Cheap as chips.
eSig Direct also has it. Same price. $50% markup. No, 70% markup here in the States. If I were to buy from eSig or Element. Because that also doesn't include the required courier delivery and the 40% wholesale tax from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you got that shit going, yeah. Ouch.
So essentially, we're back up to $5 a coil. If I wanted to use that.
Yeah, good is it?
I've got the original Nautilus here. I'll have to pull that out one of these weeks. Move out of PA. I could move back to Ohio.
Yeah.
Ohio gets you with the e-liquid, 10 cent per milliliter tax.
Really?
Yeah, that's why the vape shop.
I think every state will get you somehow. They'll tax something on it. I think you're just kind of screwed either way.
Well, see, the Ohio vape shops will sell you 0 milligram e-liquid I don't have them. I packed up the one that I was going to send you. And then they'll sell you 1.8 or 0.9 milliliters of e-liquid. So here's your 10-cent tax, Ohio. Here's your 18 cents tax, Ohio.
Holy moly. Jesus.
Here's your 18-cent tax, Ohio.
40%. Wow.
1.8 mils of 40% Nick. So that a 60 model, this tube can nick up a 120 mil bottle to 6.
Jesus.
So if you buy this at 0 milligram, you buy this little tube and you squeeze this into here to get it a 6 milligram bottle.
Yeah.
And you only paid 18 cents tax.
Way to go.
Instead of $12 tax for an entire bottle that's already nicked up.
Massive difference in it. That's still crazy though, isn't it? Jesus Christ.
No taxes in Texas.
Really? You got any taxes? Wow.
You used to be here in 2007.
Ooh, that's gone.
Wow. I moved a friend of mine down to Texas, Northern Panhandle. She was a nurse. They offered her twice the hourly salary she was making here to move to Texas.
I nearly went.
But that's not the original reason she moved. She moved because her mom and her grandmom needed the warmer, drier climate.
I nearly moved to Texas once. There you go.
Really?
Yeah, I was in when I was doing my engineering. After I finished in Holland, a friend of mine, he's still out there, Matty. He moved out there. Same thing, you know, operating CNC lathes, all that kind of shit. Oil industry, big bucks. He's still out there. And he said, you know, I could have got us a job out there if I wanted to go. I just didn't fancy it at the time, you know what I mean? He's still out there, doing really well.
Yeah, oil workers make a lot of money, but they also got to move around a lot.
Well, obviously they're just a supply chain, you know, they make parts for the gas and oil industry. So, you know, they're just in the factory churning out parts for whatever, you know, to go to whoever. He's doing quite well, you know, he's bought his own house with a pool. He's got a his and hers Mustang. He's doing all right. Both convertibles, obviously being in Texas.
Aside from this whole vape scene, I'm wondering if Trump and his administration is actually going to be able to get nationwide concealed carry. Reciprocity. So that if you get a concealed carry permit, you could legit use that around the whole country. That'd be really nice for me, you know, going back and forth to Ohio.
Yeah. You didn't have what he's going to... I mean, like you say, when they're all running, you know, when they're doing the campaign... You know, they promise you fucking everything, but, you know, everything under the sun. And then, obviously, when they get in, it's a different matter, you know. So, I mean, honestly, I hope he does well for them. I really do hope he does well. I thought he'd done all right the last time he was in. You know, the economy was pretty good the last time he was in. But that makes sense because he's a businessman at the end of the day, and that's what he wants, you know. Steady economy, people in work. But,
Neil Pitt says here in Arkansas, they made shops that mix their own e-juice not be allowed to add nicotine to the juice. So whenever you buy a bottle from them, they have to mix it for you with the Nick shot. Unless you want to do it yourself.
Which is fair enough. That's not too bad. If it gets around the taxes, anything's better, isn't it? Yeah, like I said, I hope Trump's a bit more level-headed this time because, like I said, the last time he was going in, he was writing fucking all sorts out that was never going to happen. You know what I mean? But
Patrick, when did they pass constitutional carry? Maybe in Texas.
I don't think it's national, it's just certain states, isn't it?
Certain states recognize it, some of them don't.
Yeah.
Technically, the Constitution affords you the right to bear arms.
Yeah.
But
that's
like anything else. You know, when I was growing up as a kid, I always thought that, you know, there was only one set of laws, and whatever the stringent law was, that's what had to be followed. And I'd always thought that the state couldn't make a law more stringent than the federal government. Well, I was proven that wrong very early in my, you know, adulthood. And now it's like you get this whole situation with the cannabis situation. Cannabis is still federally illegal. All 50 states.
Yeah.
But half the states have legalized it for either medicinal or recreational purposes.
Did you know your right to bear arms is basically a UK fucking rule? That was our intervention. We did that.
And then you banned guns. And now you got knife crime.
It's ironic, isn't it? You know, because like I said, when obviously we were traveling the world and that, and we landed in America.
How much trouble would you get in if I sent you this?
Oh, I'd go to jail. I would actually go to prison. Actually go to jail.
That's just a simple hunting knife.
Yeah, but over here, hunting's not a real big thing for your average Joe. It's more of an upper class thing. I mean, the banned dog hunting, the old fox hunting, that's banned. The banned hunting with hounds. I suppose the only way you can get away with it now, if you're maybe a fisherman, you know, fishermen use knives for whatever, but hunting's not a big thing in the UK, you know what I mean? Where you would need something like that. You know what I mean?
Boy Scout, always be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got the old Swiss Army knife somewhere in one of my drawers. You know the one you got your knife, fork, fucking you name it, it's there.
Yeah, I've got that.
But if I put it in my pocket and walked out the door, I could get arrested with it.
That's ridiculous.
You've got to... I think if you're carrying a knife where you need it for, i.e. a living, a sport, whatever, you've got to prove that you're using it for that, or you've got to prove it's for that. Rather than just carrying it average Joe in your pocket, you couldn't do it.
Arkansas has open carry. As long as it's available and visible, you can open carry it. If you want to hide it, you have to get a concealed carry permit.
Ah. War on it, the old cowboys, one on each side. Hey, boy, you fuck with me.
It's funny though, when you look at the actual data and the science behind it, you know, you've got cities like Chicago that is the most restrictive gun laws in the whole country and has the highest crime rate.
I mean, I can see a lot of pros for it. Dean goes wrong. I'm not totally against it. I can see some pros and I can see cons, but that's for everything, you know. But the general consensus I get is, you know, the right to bear arms is because you don't trust your government. And to me, that's kind of, you know, I mean, you're the guys that vote these people in to rule.
And the thing is, how many people have forgotten that?
Yeah.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
And when these people have been there our entire lives, you can't tell me that they're straight as an arrow.
Yeah.
No. They're the crookedest of the bunch.
Of course they are. And I do believe in protecting your home, because obviously, you know, our English saying a man's home is his castle, so you've got the right to protect your home. But apparently we haven't here, because if we use firearms, I mean, there's been cases here where farmers, you know, their own land, have used firearms to protect their land and they're being prosecuted. What the fuck? You know what I mean? It's a fucking, honestly, it's just fucking, it's a crazy carry on. I mean, what gun laws, you can have guns, but your gun laws are very strict, you know, licensing and all that kind of shit. But again, you get people that do slip through the loophole and go dual alien gun and do mass shootings. I think our last one was Hungerford. I think it was Hungerford. There's a guy there.
Brett Whitney, hello and welcome.
He went mad with a gun, but we probably have got a lot of gun crime, you know, but it's just not reported. Not as much as knife crime. You know what I mean? The media control bullshit.
Well, yeah, because if they were to actually report it, then people would stand up and go, well, the ban it doesn't work. We need to remove the ban.
Yeah.
So that law-abiding citizens can protect themselves. The criminals aren't going to follow the laws and restrictions anyway, so they're going to have access to whatever they want because they don't care. And it actually makes them more violent because they know if they get caught, they've got multiple infringements on the law because, well, they're carrying, that's illegal. They're selling drugs, that's illegal.
Oh,
it encourages them to be more violent when somebody tries to apprehend them.
This is it. I mean, our knife crime thing, it's more like a teen thing, you know. It's more kids getting stabbed, more kids carrying knives, that kind of thing. I think that's where it's, you know, protect the kids kind of thing. I think that's where most of it is at the minute. I don't think there's that many adults walking around stabbing people. It's like a youth thing at the minute.
I'm
kids
impressed.
That's getting killed.
The last time I tried this, I was using a higher nick e-liquid, whether it was a 30 or 24 or 50 or whatever it was, and I just didn't enjoy this. And I'm like, there's no way I could use this to quit smoking. But putting that 6 in here, and it's a pineapple, and most of that pineapple flavor is there. There's very little sweetness to it, which is an issue with it not being hot enough, I think. It works perfect.
They're doing some good stuff, Aspire. Aspire, that was kind of their niche, starter kits and stuff like that. That was their niche. And they did nail it. You know, they got better and better. Obviously, like I said, the Nautilus, it's, you know, it's tried and tested. You can get Nautilus today and you'd still enjoy it. Easy.
Yeah, that is probably a 70-30, I'm guessing. Let me look at the Pineapple Express. Yeah, it is a 70-30.
Yeah.
It probably would be a lot better flavor for the 50-50.
It would be a 50-50.
But I have no complaints about this. It works. That is a 70-30.
Well, I suppose you can still get away with it. If it's 70-30, it doesn't have to be 50-50.
The problem is it's going to drink the juice. We're already down a third of the way.
Hell yeah. I mean, I still put 70-30 in some MTL tanks, you know what I mean? Because I just enjoy 70-30 mix.
I enjoy the clouds. It still feels like when I was smoking. Then again, I was a chain smoker. I always had one lit up. And if it was a bar on a Friday night and I was DJing, I probably had 3 lit up. And an ashtray over there on the bar, an ashtray by the DJ stand on the computer, and one in my hand.
Yeah, been there with that one. Definitely been there with that one.
Wow. Something I found that's interesting, though. When you take these mouth-to-lung tanks and you put these higher VG content in them, it makes it easier for you to tell the different kinds of sweetener apart from each other. You know, whether it's an ethyl maltol or whether it's the super sweet, or you have that's new extra sweet one that they have out, which is the neotame-based one.
Yeah.
It becomes easier to identify the sweetener in these e-liquids. Which helps you in DIYing to try and deconstruct some of these recipes that we have access to.
Yeah.
When you're trying to clone a recipe, you know, you have to identify what type of pineapple is in there. There's, you know, probably 8 or 9 different kinds of pineapple it could be. Is it a Vape Train Sugarloaf pineapple? Is it Capella? Is it TFA? Is it Flavor Art? Which of the pineapples is it?
If you can define a flavor.
Which combination of flavors is it?
Yeah, that's another thing. That is another thing in itself.
That's the problem with those Rebels, man. It's too easy to just... They legit taste like chocolate milk.
We'll just drink them like pops,
Gone. All right. Let's figure out what recipes you want for your box that we haven't already mixed up. Time for a random recipe bumper.
Oh, God.
You think about it. Hot diggity dog diggity. 665 choices to pick from for flavor, and revisiting our Chillin, the original Chillin retro vape. Still hasn't leaked. Still has amazing flavor.
Oh, sorry. My flavor stash. Oh, look what you got there.
The Chillin retro vape that I got sent.
Oh, Chillin. Still going.
Still hasn't leaked. Still amazing flavor.
Good wicking skills, mate. That's all I can say is good wicking skills. So it just goes to prove if you wick something right. If you wick something right, you've got it.
That's amazing. And knock on wood, this latest version of OBS, pretty damn good. I still got this issue with Windows reloading the docs, but whatever.
I thought you weren't a fan of the beta versions.
It's not beta anymore, mate. Sunday was released out of beta. So OBS 31.0.0 is the latest version. Everything is now relative, so that anything that you had as a fixed, 1920 by 1080 is now relative. So you can jump back and forth between your 4K scene and your HD scene, and it'll scale.
It's kind of cool. Like I said, the only thing I updated recently was DaVinci 19.1, I think we'll be now.
Yeah, I did mine too, and it actually screwed up the bumper. I've got the audio tapering off on a lot of the individual sound snippets for the music.
I noticed a few little things with it, like that's not quite right.
And it just like peaks to full volume. I'm like, you should be at like 40% volume now. Why did you get to full volume?
Yeah.
And I legit had to move the fader back a little bit for it to re-render the end tail of that piece in the cache, and then it was right.
Yeah. I mean, Christ, I've had DaVinci since 15, 16, and in such a short while, the updates has been ridiculous.
Eggnog cheesecake.
Ooh.
New York cheesecake, vanilla custard, and Flavora's eggnog.
That looks nice.
It does, but you got me wore out with this custard and this cheesecake stuff. We mixed a lot of it this past year.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, it's okay. You add enough sweetness to it, you can make it like a pudding, and you're good to go. But
well,
I
let's
don't like having
try
to wait
a nice
2-3 months.
Yeah, let's try a nice fruity thing. Let's go for a nice fruit base. We're going for that. Something different.
Yeah, I'm making it for you, so you can pick whatever you want.
Yeah, we'll go something totally off the. We'll stick off the custards for a while. We'll go something.
There's
different.
the cherry bakewell.
Oh yes, that's got to be.
I'm curious to see how that one turns out. Patrick asked me to come up with some kind of a tobacco custard dessert kind of deal for him.
Tobacco custard. Ooh, that's gonna be a hard one.
I don't know too many people that actually vape tobacco flavors. I finally got over my fear of it. Flavors Darren sent me a couple recipes and stuff, and it had tobacco in it, and I'm like, really?
Yeah.
And then once I mixed it up, I'm like, oh, I get why you're doing that now. It kind of makes sense. There's some caramel aspects to this that is not your traditional caramel. It's more of a tobacco-y caramel.
Yeah. Most of the tobaccos have got that kind of base, the caramelly fucking type.
Cool. Well, let's take a look at since nothing over here seems to be. Did you want to try this General Custard Secret Cheesecake?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, we'll have
Does that
a go
look
at
good to you?
That looks good to me. Go for that, mate.
So we've
We'll have a go at
got
that.
French vanilla from Capella, 4.5.
I do like a
Marshmallow
cheesecake. I
TPA
do.
at 1. New York cheesecake at 7. Vanilla bean ice cream at 1. And vanilla custard from Capella at 5.
I do like a cheesecake. But I tell you what, I've never come across yet, right? And I know it's a bit of a challenge for anyone, right? You've got your cheesecake recipe, right? And you know how you'll get a cheesecake and you'll get that fruit layer on the top, and it's in its own syrup and its own, like a cherry. It's got the syrup with it and all that. I've never come across one that's mastered that yet. With the topping on.
Yeah, because the fruit ends up laying inside the cheesecake and not
Take
as
it out,
a.
innit? Yeah.
From the mixing that I've done on my own, experimenting with stuff and just throwing shit together, I pulled a Dave Lloyd on several occasions, just sitting here on a Saturday and just throwing some recipes together out of the blue, like I did with that cherry bakewell. And I've come to find out that when I use that Vape Train's Jam It and combine it with the fruit, I can get the fruit to sit higher up in the flavor profile.
Got you.
But
it's a difficult one. It's just like some of them not difficult to come up with, but it is what it is, isn't it?
Neil Pitt said that Tim did a Bull City Flavor Sour Flavor Pack. Bull City Flavor's doing a lot of changes lately, and I've noticed that they've been pushing a lot of these flavor packs.
Really?
I didn't see on their website though. What are they? 10 ml bottles of your like 5-pack or whatever.
Not really the case, isn't it?
But
yeah, I'm happy with that. That looks good. That looks good to me. I like a cheesecake. I do like a cheesecake.
And you got super sweet, right? So you could do the sweetener yourself.
Yeah.
Or do you want a 0.5% in there just to get it started?
Just do your base. Just do your base there, and then we'll go with that.
All right, so we're going to adapt this. We're going to make 120 mils.
Because sometimes
and you want it at a 3. It's not going to be max VG. We're going to do 70-30. And we're going to do our salt-based. So it's 50-50.
Boom. Job done.
And super sweet 0.5%. Adapted. There's your new.
Boom. Done. Secret cheesecake. Oh. Another one. What was the other one?
Good. I'll be glad to use up this vanilla custard. It's my first version of it. I have another 60 ml bottle here.
There you go.
TPA's vanilla bean ice cream and marshmallow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the sweetener. 6. Need a scale and a bottle.
Oh, I remember one that was good. I remember when you'd done that was fantastic. And it lasted us about a day. Vanilla swirl bun. Remember that guy?
Ooh, the cinnamon swirl. Vanilla cinnamon swirl.
Oh my, that was out this world. That.
Do that.
The pennies just dropped there. Because funny enough, we were talking about them the other day, me and the missus with cinnamon buns, and I thought, I'm sure Alex would have juiced similar to that, and it was out this world. I think it lasted a day. I think I actually vaped 120 mil in a day.
I think that recipe was a Rocky Tooney special.
It might have been. I can't remember now. But it was, oh.
All right, so... got our secret sauce first.
The secret sauce. Yeah, I remember that one. The cinnamon swirl. Oh, that was gorgeous, that. That didn't last 2 minutes. I remember that very well.
Yeah, I enjoyed that myself.
Oh, it was out of this world.
All right, 3.6 mils is 4.13 grams.
There you go, boys and girls. The scientist is in the house. The doctor is in the house. Doing his mixing of Chillin. Yeah. Where was it?
French vanilla.
I do kind of like it sometimes when you just sit there and you just mix a random recipe, like, you know, that you make up. I think that's brilliant. That I like that kind of shit. Especially after he's just watched the cooking program.
1.25 TFA marshmallow.
Dime.
Ruh-roh, I overshot. You
Oh,
get more
that's
marshmallow than you were getting before.
I sometimes suffer with that problem myself.
New York cheesecake. This is the V2. Dap-free. 8.4 grams. Still smells delicious.
Nice cheesecake. It does nice. Nice and cheese. Nice cheesecake. Brett Whitney, hello, welcome. I don't know if you've been acknowledged.
Vanilla bean ice cream.
Oh, but that'd be nice on its own.
Mm-hmm. especially when you add some banana.
Oh, what? Damn. Ooh, beautiful. Yeah, recipes. I don't know, logging in there, wasn't it? Yeah.
Vanilla custard, 6 grams.
Whoa, get it in. Get it in. Not that one.
Doesn't smell as potent as the old stuff.
Really?
Interesting. Yeah.
Not that one.
All right. 0.6.
Can't remember what I'm just browsing through. That's what the shortcake.
This is as custardy cheesecakey
as you can get.
as you can get.
I love it.
What's lackluster in this for a cheesecake is the graham crust.
Ah, yeah.
I don't really get hardly any of that coming across. All right, so 11.8. PG will take us to a 70-30. Look how well that blended together already. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. That looks awesome. Damn. What was that one again?
103.6.
Holy moly. Have you done any more Hawaiian Punch? That was quite nice.
I did, but I haven't been able to get it right.
Oh, wow.
There's something about those pineapples that are different than anything I've had before. I can't get the pineapples right.
Yeah, you did.
I got the sugarloaf pineapple.
Yeah.
But it's still not quite right. Still not as good as the original recipe. And short of a mass spectrometer for me to break down the original recipe or the individual flavor compounds. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get it. I just got to keep playing with the pineapples and get them to be the same.
Yeah, because you got that flavor. Did you get that from Flavors? That flavor, and you haven't been able to match it. Yeah,
the golden pineapple and the other pineapple. There's 2 different pineapples in that recipe. They work together. I've tried with other different pineapples, and I haven't found the right combination yet.
Right, yeah.
So anyway, there she goes. This is General Custard Secret Cheesecake.
I found another one. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Can you remember doing your apricot delight? I was quite.
Oh yes.
I was in awe over that one.
You really like that apricot delight?
I really like the look of that apricot delight because I love apricots. I think they're awesome. Because I would like to
very
see an
underutilized recipe ingredient.
Yeah, I would love to see an apricot. No, like how Vic likes his peach custard. I would love an apricot custard. It would be out of this world. I love apricots. Beautiful.
Yeah, I sent you some of his peach custard, and you sweetened it up, and then you bought some.
Yeah,
and you weren't that impressed with that either.
Nope. Your recipe was better than the commercial recipe. The commercial recipe wasn't sweet enough. It was a bitter custard.
They were different ingredients. He said he had to reformulate it whenever he partnered with whoever was making it.
Yeah.
The original recipe that I made it on was his recipe, his original recipe.
That worked. That was all right. But these commercial one, a lot of them they were like they were more like a bitter vanilla rather than like a sweet vanilla, and that's what killed them. But I remember doing that apricot. I love apricots. Ooh. I haven't had some for a while. Fresh apricot. Yeah. Haven't done a fresh apricot for ages. Apricot custard. Oof. That would be good. That's the one you can work on when you get time. See if you can.
I didn't pay attention to putting that label on right. Look at that.
I don't care. It'll still go down. That's the least of my worries, mate. It's what's
all
in
right,
the
so that
bottle
one's done.
Recipes. What's in the bottle that counts. It's what's in the bottle that counts, mate. Not what's on the bottle. Could have fucking wrote it down with a pen for all I care.
This is what you were asking about. Cinnamon Dana Swirl Muffins.
Yes.
Cinnamon Dana Swirl Muffins, Capella's recipe. This is all Capella's ingredients, starting with cinnamon Dana Swirl, custard cake, frosting, sticky bun, vanilla bean ice cream, and vanilla cupcake.
See, he's talking my language now.
And this is exactly what it tastes like.
Oh, it does. It really
right
does.
Right down to the icing.
It really does. It's really... And folks, take note of this recipe. It's out of this world. Really, it is.
And marked as private, so I'm glad I was able to scarf it before it got removed.
There you go, boys and girls.
It is bloody fantastic.
That could be.
I'm sure somebody is making that commercially right now.
That would be a good commercial, mate. Really would. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. We're having like a retro mix here, folks. We've had the retro vape, now we're having a retro mix.
And the thing is, last time I sent that to you as freebase, not Saltnik.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for today, I'm going to have to adapt this.
Still nice.
For salt base, 120, 3 milligram. And nicotine strength is right. That's a 50-50.
Hell yeah.
And job done. There's a recipe right there.
I can remember that. I can remember that it was yesterday. It was out of this world. Wow, was it good. In fact, I think if I remember correctly, the wife had a go of it and she liked it.
Custard cake, frosting. Make sure I have enough for that. I'm going to have to replace those with 30 ml bottles because they are delicious.
They are, man. There's some fantastic flavors in there. Absolutely fantastic.
You see what I did with the sticky bun? I plowed through that. I went to a 30 ml bottle of it. I plowed through that. And I'm up to a 60 ml bottle of that.
Oh,
because that sticky bun is exactly like a sticky bun.
It's so good.
You take that, put a little honeycomb with it. You can't buy anything in the store that tastes that good. All right. Vanilla bean ice cream and vanilla cupcake.
You stop. I'm shy.
Sorry?
I'm shy.
Why?
Because.
Are you shy?
No.
Why did you say hello?
Hi.
No. Oh, where?
Hi.
Hello? Yeah.
No.
You're not getting me on that bloody stream, Dad.
Oh, no. Just come here.
No. No.
We've only got 1 million viewers. Oh, yeah. Have a look.
No.
You know what it is? They sit there camera shy and you see them on the cameras begin pouting photographs and all that shit. And you're like, really?
Yep.
God damn
right.
it, kind of women.
Look at that flavoring. Definitely have to give it a good shake before you use it. Cinnamon Danish swirl.
Oh, that was just heaven. That's just heaven in a jug. That's heaven, that stuff. It's gorgeous.
And if you're concerned about DAP, you could use the V2 version.
I don't care. It's fantastic. Either way.
2.52. They nailed it when they made this.
When you finish doing that, just hide that in as a single flavor, and I'll have a liter. Oh, that was stunning. Absolutely stunning. What a flavor!
Custard cake. 1.2.
Brett Whitney is vaping a purple rocket candy.
Ooh.
It's so true, Dusty. Yep, they sit there and the trout look and all that. Don't they? Ooh, look at me. And yet, everybody's tracking them and being watched.
Frosting 1.2.
Did you know that a fact, right? There's an actual fact, right? That the UK has got the most CCTV cameras in Europe. We are watched everywhere. Can you believe that?
And they still can't catch all the criminals.
Well, they can, but they just slap their fucking wrists and let them go. Well, come on, you must have seen that a few weeks ago when Labour got in. They were actually setting prisoners free. They set 1,500 prisoners free because the prisons are overcrowded. Another thing they haven't done, updated with the population growth, is they built more prisons. Crazy, man. Crazy.
Well, at least it's not as bad as California. California's built a couple dozen prisons and only built like 3 new schools or universities.
Holy shit. Where's nothing? All our schools are falling apart.
.6.
Mallory Gates is vaping on what I only can call a B&J peach wine cooler. Very nice. Neil Pitts is vaping on his strawberry Twinkie milkshake and he loves it.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Very nice.
Vanilla cupcake.
I had to double take that one. Mary. I thought you said a BJ peach. BJ being the word, sorry. Filthy minds. We do have filthy minds, man.
Purellum 1.2. This is why you love it so much.
Oh, yeah. So how did your little holiday go? Your little what the hell's it called again?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Thanksgiving. How did that go? Did you have a nice time?
Yeah, the wife and I had a great time. Roasted a chicken.
Yeah.
She made sweet potatoes with marshmallows and walnuts.
Very
made fresh
nice.
Dinner rolls.
Ooh, hey.
Some mashed potatoes and some corn. And it was delicious and delightful. The two of us had a movie night. We just enjoyed ourselves. I looked forward so many years to the day that, my children were going to be grown and gone. And my son was even kind of hinting around about, like, what do you guys do for Thanksgiving? Because he always loved my turkey.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we're roasting a chicken. Oh. Okay.
In other words, stay away.
I love you. Come over any other day.
Yeah. Oh, good. It's nice to see a bit of quality time with a better half. You've got to, man. You've got to have that, like, life balance, haven't you? You know what I mean?
You only live once.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen lots of...
How many decades between the boys? My son's almost 30 now. 3 decades. I dedicated my life to what those kids needed first.
Yeah.
And, divorced both of their mothers, so we ended up having to bounce the kids back and forth and coordinate schedules. So whenever I had them, they were forefront, paramount. That was all I did.
I suppose at the end of the day, even when they're grown, they still are. You're still there to help them if they need help and advise and guide and all that kind of stuff. You're forever
Knock on
a parent,
wood.
aren't you, at the end of the day?
I don't know about my daughter because she moved to California. She got married and moved to California as soon as she graduated.
That's right, yeah.
But both of my sons, my one's obviously you guys know he's in the military, he's in Japan. He's succeeding in his life. He's got the structure that he needed
to
succeed in life. My other son's doing fantastic. climbing up the organization where he works at. He's in charge of a bunch of stuff now and making decent cash and still doing firefighting. Part-time on the side.
That's what you want to see, yeah. Yeah, just at the end of the day, that's what you want to see, that, you know, a bit of success in their life, you know.
Plus, he also volunteers with the local fire company here.
Exactly. It's awesome. Absolutely awesome. But like I said, at the end of the day,
so, I feel successful. I did something right with them.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, my three, even the other one couldn't wish for more. They've all turned out pretty good, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, it's just like I say, it's that time of life when, you know, spend a bit more time, quality time with your better half. Movie night. So what did you watch on your movie night? Come on, enlighten me. What did you watch? What did you watch? Was it a classic? Was it a newbie?
There was a new one, The Inside Out, with the new emotion.
Oh, you've only watched that? Is brilliant. I love it. It's class.
We loved it.
It's a brilliant movie. Have you ever seen Disney Mulan? Have you seen that one?
Yes, been a long time.
Well, there's a Mulan 2 out now. There's a second one out.
Oh, really?
And it looks really good. Obviously, there's Mulan 2. I think there's a Gladiator 2 out. Don't think that'll be the same without Russell Crowe, but it is what it is, isn't it? What else is there coming? A couple of newbies coming out now. I like Disney films. They're cool. They're cool. Disney films are good. I like Disney films. From old to new. Deadpool and Wolverine. God, you into them, are you, Mallory? Jesus. It's a cool one.
Cinnamon Danish swirl muffins.
Damn. Holy shit. Neil Pitter's put the link to be strawberry twinkle in the milkshake. Fuck me, there's some ingredients. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 ingredients in these strawberry twinkly milkshake. Holy shit. He's a scientist. Holy shit, look at all that.
Look at all I'm missing.
Damn, mate.
Angel food cake, creamy sponge cake, fluffy white cake, French vanilla thick, strawberry raw from VSO, vanilla gelato.
Wow.
That looks fantastic.
That's a seriously good looking recipe, that, like. Wow. A lot of cake there, isn't there? Sponge cake, angel cake.
Now I see why you called it a Twinkie.
Yeah.
It's a strawberry Twinkie.
Yeah. Looks nice. Really nice. Holy moly, plenty ingredients, like, isn't there? Dear me. Damn.
Save.
Yeah, save that for later. We'll definitely save that one for later.
All right. That's 2.
Very, very nice.
And what was the other one?
Apricot, sir. The apricot one. That looked, oh, yeah. Oh. That one looked good.
All right.
A lot of flavor stuff. A lot of flavor stuff there, wasn't it?
Die up this. $123.
You know, I feel so guilty making them make 120 bottles, you know.
Why? I don't care. There's no super sweet in there. Oh, it's got fairy floss. So it's got ethyl maltol at 1%.
You done the fairy floss, didn't you? That's why you didn't put sweetener in.
Oh, yeah. Now I understand why I did this one. When I was first playing around with it. Look at my notes. Bending flavors.
Ah, okay. Yes.
This is an apricot recipe, right? If you add passion fruit, it tastes more like grapefruit, the final result.
That's right. That's
if I had champagne soda or a little bit of any of the icing components, it'll convert to an apricot ice cream. Or if I use champagne soda, then you get the soda characteristics of it. But that soda takes about a month to come out.
Yeah.
If you add orange to it, then this becomes like a sweet tart. Not as much as sweet and tart, but you get the same idea of it. And if you add some lemon to it, you can brighten up that apricot and make it more like a fresh apricot.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
So there you go, man. That's what you want. Let's get the ingredients out and get another bottle.
That looks tremendous, my friend. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You'll probably want to add some sweetener to it.
That's okay.
Unless you like your apricot not so sweet.
Yeah, we'll have a look. We'll have a look first and then see. Apricot's
give her a
nice.
try.
Nice
You can always add the sweetener to it.
Well, this is it. You start it off and then boom.
All right, so we another need a 4.13. I should get a bunch of these syringes prepped to nick up your bottles when I make them for you.
Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. Rain.
I always do this. It's 3.6 grams, 4.13 grams, 3.6 milliliters.
Milliliters.
Yeah, because it's a 50-50 blend.
God, yeah.
And as usual, NVIDIA's like a clockwork. New studio driver released today.
Oh, another one. I've just updated everything for this one.
Oh, did you update the developer components?
I just
the
done
noise reduction and there's 3.
Yeah. I watched a YouTube video how to like set it up a bit better than what it is, and there was all that was in it. Yeah, I've done a lot of tweaks in that.
Yeah, because you'd have to uninstall the old ones because the old ones are for the 20 series cards. Now you got a 30 series card.
Yeah, it all updated. Everything is spot on.
Okay.
I've done a little bit of research before I played about with it.
Oh, I'm sure you did, mate.
Well, you know, as you do, you've got to look into these things.
Running out of apricot there.
As long as enough for me.
7.2.
Oh, God. Gonna have to excuse me a quick tick because the little boy's room is beckoning. With 2 shakes. Literally, I'm a 2-shake man.
That's what your wife said too.
I'll put a bit of rain on while I go away.
4.8 for Cheesecake V2. .8, my mistake. That cheesecake smells like... When we were growing up as kids, we had these sugar... Oh, what the heck was it? They were multi-layered. They had these like styrofoam like wafers with a vanilla cream between each layer. I was afraid of that. Almost. Y'all can't see the scale. There you go. All right, marshmallow custard. Now we need some peach, 2.4. Super sweet, 0.64. Toasted coconut.
Oh, God. My apologies, folks, but when you gotta go, you gotta go. Unfortunately. Especially when you get our age. The bladder weakens a bit as you get older.
And TPA's whipped cream.
You know, they should invent smell-o-vision. We need smell-o-vision. Just smell all that shit that you're smelling right now. It's just, oh. But
Ain't that the truth?
World. Yeah, but that's out this world.
Does not smell like whipped cream.
Mm. Whipped creams.
All right.
Good.
Just like that.
That looks awesome, my friend. Awesome as always. Brilliant.
I think I could use some more apricot.
Mm.
But we'll see. Get your impression of it first. And then we can always tweak the recipe.
Defo.
Give me a reason to send you a summer package.
I can give you plenty of reasons for that, mate.
14.92.
Damn. Mm.
Overshot. Sorry.
What the hell? What the hell? It's nothing. You've got to overshoot now and then.
That brought the coconut forefront.
Very
Smells
nice.
like a bakery.
Mm.
Coconut cream, apricot jam. Oh, I bet that would be good.
No, definitely. You're talking my language, my friend. You're talking my language.
Some je ne sais quoi for you.
Some je ne sais quoi. I love that. The je ne sais quoi. Oh, get in there, you little bugger.
See if you like that better.
Oh.
I gave that apricot a little jam.
Oh. Oh, you'll sure find out when it's all gone by New Year.
You might not even like it. Who knows?
Hell yeah. If it's the apricot, I like it. Trust us.
Listen, when I sent you that milkshake one that I mixed up on, whose stream was I on that one? It's one of the flavor mixers. She done South. Hasn't done it in a while. Brain's shit. Can't remember nothing.
Tell us about it, man.
There you go, man. Apricot delight.
Totally appreciate it, my friend. Totally appreciate it.
No worry.
Absolutely love it. Oh, me foot. What have I got here? Oh, I've got that, haven't I? I'll tell you what I put in your box for you to try.
What's that, mate?
I threw some of them in. You know, I was saying about them disposable.
All those pods.
Yeah, you get the silver bit. You get that silver bit, obviously, which screws whatever mod you want it on. And then these unscrew when you're finished with them. I'll send you a pack over, see what you think.
Okay, apricot delight. I know what I need to send you. I know you're not a big coffee aficionado, but these don't really have a whole lot of coffee flavor.
I'll give them a bash. I'll give anything a go. I've never had them actually before. I've been meaning to try them, so there you go.
Yeah, I'll throw it in there. Now, who was it? Suck My Mod said that he's taking a look at Tucker Carlson's pouches.
Yeah.
And Tucker advertises them as a moist pouch. Those ones are a dry pouch designs.
I'm surprised it took a Carlson doing that kind of stuff, like. But
Wendy, that's it. Wendy Vapes. That's what show I was on.
When
They
did
had their
die?
recipe, the BK milkshake. And I didn't have the BK milkshake base. So I just mixed up my own flavorings to come up with the thing, and I sent it to you, and you're like, yeah, no. And then you let it sit there, and you come back to it like 3 or 4 months later, and you pulled it out, and you're like,
That's right, yeah.
holy shit, that was a milkshake.
That's right. That's right, yes. I can remember. That was really good. Wendy. Whatever happened
Wendy
to
Vapes. I miss so many of these people that have just gave up on it.
Disappeared, haven't they? Yeah. There's a lot, I haven't been doing it that long, but I've seen a lot come and go. A lot of people come and go. And they weren't all bad reviewers at the time. But I just don't know. Maybe they seen the writing on the wall before we did, mate.
How about Addy Tooney? Yeah, he's been publishing recipes. I got an email that he published something the other day, but I never see him on anybody's shows anymore. He was religious about attending everyone's shows, dropping chats, dropping links in chat all the time. Hope he's doing all right. I'll have to send him an email. Reach out to him.
Yeah, see how he's doing. Yeah, he used to be always popping up on people's shows, didn't he, Addy Tooney?
Then life happens. There's so many things that come across our lives that can easily disrupt anything like this.
Oh, God.
Where, you know.
I mean, like I say, kudos to Mike, he's just lost his wife and he's back up doing his thing again, so,
Yep.
Good luck at the guy.
It's hard dealing with whatever life throws at you sometimes, and
sometimes it's got to take priority, mate. You know what I mean? Your wife,
well,
family,
I remember
or whatever.
when my mom
comes
had
first.
her heart issues, and we had to drop everything and just run off to Cleveland and take care of her house and clean up and stuff and visit her in the hospital and stuff. And so it could happen to any one of us at any point in time.
Yeah, there's people in chat there saying that he's been taking care of a few personal things, so I think his mother.
I would do the same.
Yeah, definitely. It does, some things come along and you take priority over everything. And that's just life, isn't it? It's the way it goes. Because you never know
But I've
what's
met
around the
so
corner.
many wonderful people in the vaping community, in the mixing community, and different reviewers I've talked to and stuff, and you guys in the audience, and it's just unlike a lot of the public health people, we are actually in it to make other people's lives better. They think that they're making other people's lives better, but they don't realize how miserable their policies and regulations.
I mean,
what kind of damage that does to the people out there.
Yeah. The vape community's changed massively over here as well. I mean, we used to have the devil vapor. He hung his hat up.
Dean.
He went. Flat cap vapor's gone now. He's disappeared. And the two good reviewers. Dean was doing fine. He was doing all right as well. There's a lot of them gone.
Well, it's like the late night vape show. I saw his video that he published that he said that, he got demonetized and whatnot, and he's notified whoever was sponsoring him that he can't do it anymore. And it's like, I don't understand it, man.
See, you cannot rely on that kind of stuff for an income, man, because it can change at a heartbeat. You know what I mean? It's just stuff that could just change. It's all right for a bit of extra pennies, but what you're making off YouTube nowadays, I mean, it's not great, is it?
No.
I mean,
it is what it
them
is.
Days are long gone making money. The days of making money off YouTube now are long gone, especially as a vape reviewer. You've got no chance.
Well, take a look at Patrick Sterling.
Nothing.
He does fantastic videos for DaVinci, teaching people how you can actually make the special effects infusion and how simple it is to modify things and the little tips and tricks that he uses to create these special effects that he actually does work for other companies that sell his end products. And he's not doing this full time.
Nope.
And he's got views out the wazoo.
Doesn't need to. I like Patty. Well, he's the fusion guy, isn't he? Because when they do all them friggin' fusion cons, you get him.
Have you seen
Alex
some of the stuff
Textor.
he's created, man?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I'm like, how did you think? How did you even come up with this idea?
Yeah,
Let alone known all the tips and tricks in fusion on how to get it to all work and do what you want it to do.
I mean, the thing is, right, I've noticed with a lot of them, like himself and like Mr. Alex Tech, when they made it big, they're not giving so much away free now, they're selling it. I think that's a bit of a downside with it, which is good. No, don't get us wrong. You know, if you want to make some money or make a living, yeah, but you know, as you get bigger and bigger, you think, well, fuck the freebie, we'll sell it now. Which is a
Patrick
shame.
is still doing that though. Patrick was, developing stuff, and he'll give like a basic version for free. And then if you want the full version with all the bells and whistles, then you need to upgrade.
Yeah.
Either be a Patreon subscriber for him or pay for the product. And then once you pay for it, then you have a lifetime updates to it.
Tell you who's really good about it. Just quickly find this guy. And I mean, my hat is off to this guy. He's unbelievable. I don't know if I got it in here.
Al Ben said
somewhere.
that Addie's just down the road, 200 miles from me. I'm like, yeah, well, that doesn't
Really?
mean a lot. I'm 148 miles from my hometown in Ohio to Pittsburgh. So, I mean, Cleveland to Pittsburgh is less than that. Dusty might be closer to me than I am to my hometown. Although the way that the roads are built, it would actually be probably just as long of a drive. Because you got to go roundabout way. The mountains in Steubenville make that a challenge. That's like going from here to my brother-in-law's house. It's a 4-hour drive.
Really?
And that's using the turnpike through the mountains and stuff, but you're actually going through 2 sets of mountains, 2 sets of tunnels.
I'll show you this guy, right? And honest to God, the stuff this guy comes up with as well is really good, right? And you've got to bear in mind, right? This guy here.
Never heard of him.
Do you know he's paralyzed?
Oh, really?
He brings up a little keyboard down on his bottom corner, and he does all this stuff, effects, 3D effects, you name it. He does it. And this guy is paralyzed, and my hat goes off to him. I mean, all this shit here, everything, fusion, he does, and all these presets he gives away for free. Everything's free. And this guy's paralyzed. It's unbelievable what he can do. It's fantastic. And he's not in it for the money or nothing. Everything he does, all these shaders, glowing effects, everything, he gives you he gives you for free. Everything. I mean, he's got, 1.5K subs. Well, honest to God, I'll take my hat off because this guy, like I said, he's paralyzed. You ever watch one of his videos? You see he brings a little keyboard up in the corner. It's about like here somewhere,
Yeah.
And he shows you him pressing his keys, which whatever means he uses, and he does all this stuff. And the guy's paralyzed. It's honestly, I take my hat off to him. He's fantastic, and everything he gives. I've got shitloads of his presets downloaded. He's absolutely brilliant. And my hat goes up to somebody like that, you know what I mean? But check him out. He's brilliant, really good. Does all the fusion stuff, all that kind of stuff. But everything he does, there's a free preset. Bang. End of. Brilliant.
Not everybody in this world is all about, trying to acquire wealth. There are a lot of people out there that truly want to, make an improvement, leave a legacy where they've helped people out.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, when I first got started as a paramedic, I was making $5 an hour as a paramedic. I had to go to EMT school, and then after EMT school and a year of experience, then you were allowed to go to paramedic school, and that right there was almost another year of training. Not including, the hands-on training where you were precepted by an experienced person out there.
But like I said, I don't know much about the guy. I don't know if he was born that way or he's had an accident and ended up that way. But, the stuff he does for a guy that's paralyzed, I mean, phew, what can I say? Blown away. You know what I mean? Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff.
Fantastic. So that one wraps that one up. We can close these ones out. Scientific studies.
$3.25 on my first job, yeah. Holy shit. 45 minutes.
Well, let's go back and let's take a look at the rest of the
entertain me.
The news segments that we have here. 198th Tobacco and Vape Wars. Firebombing happened in Craigburn overnight. Police and firefighters were called to Craigburn shop at the corner of Smeaton Court and Bridgewater Road about 3:30 in the morning on Saturday, where a caravan was engulfed in flames.
Holy moly, caravan.
Weird.
They're like the fire bombs over there, don't they? Jesus Christ. Holy moly, man. Scary stuff, isn't it?
There are friends, there is family, and then there are friends that become family, like our vape family.
Cool. All right, that's cute. That's cute. Oh, you big soppy fella, you. You soppy fucker.
No, I'll blame that on Southern Vapor.
Yeah, well, he's a soppy bugger.
Michelle Elliott. Great heart.
Love it. Love it.
And we have James R. Posted his pic. 62-year-old Aussie. Divorced, 3 kids, 5 grandkids. Retired public surfing. Keen fisherman and photographer.
Started smoking cigarettes at 12.
While living in the U.S. and continued to smoke for 40 years. How many of y'all hated the taste of cigarettes? Not me.
Nah,
I didn't hate it until I quit.
I enjoyed it after a meal. I thought your after meal cigarette was dynamite. I liked it with a drink. You're out in the pub and that, it was mint.
After meals was my favorite.
Yeah, after a meal.
It's still my favorite time to vape.
Sometimes your first one of the day, you wake up and you have that cup of coffee and you had your first smoke. That was just... I still...
Smoke Vape Utah posted, PMTA cost us losing our e-liquid manufacturing company with 15 employees back in 2017. We ended up selling on the cheap. My son and I ended up buying a vape shop. I still feel good that I'm able to help adults quit smoking with flavored vapes and never sold to an underage person.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It's a shame he was one of the thousands that was driven out of business because of PMTA regs.
It is. It's just horse shit, man. And that was the aim, wasn't it? Shut every fucker down.
I thought this was pretty interesting. A few years back, I wanted to find out exactly how many federal criminal laws were on the books, right?
Holy moly.
So he reached out to the Congressional Research Service, whose job it is to answer these kinds of questions and find out. The answer shocked me. The number is unknown and unknowable, but at least 300,000 laws.
I can kind of see where he's coming from with that, because it is a minefield. And plus the new legislations and stuff they're constantly bringing out and updating. It must be an absolute minefield.
A large percentage of those were not put in place by Congress, but by unelected bureaucrats in different regulatory agencies.
Definitely, yeah.
Whether it's FDA or EPA or who knows who.
When they're not voted in by the public, they're just there.
The Constitution, through Article 1, Sections 1 and 7, makes it clear that you cannot make a federal law without both chambers of Congress passing the same bill text and then presenting it to the president for signature, veto, or acquiescence.
Yeah. Interesting.
And yet, for many decades, Congress has delighted that exclusive and sacred responsibility to unelected bureaucrats who cannot be held accountable to basically anyone.
Oh, Jesus. Holy moly.
Congress purposely writes the laws in an obtuse fashion where it could be interpreted multitude of ways. And the biggest lobby industry for the way things are done now are the lawyers.
Not a doubt.
Congress does this to avoid work and avoid accountability to the voters, who are often and understandably angry when a new law takes effect and causes problems.
Without a doubt, yeah.
So rather than do the assigned job to them by the Constitution, members of Congress, both chambers included, both political parties included, over the course of many decades have delegated that power to the federal agencies. When people are harmed by those laws, members of Congress who voted to delegate the power direct the blame not to themselves for writing these obtuse laws, but to the agencies to which they delegated a non-deletable duty.
Also, just pass the book. Yeah, we'll pass the book to him. It's your fault. Holy shit. So basically, they're pretty much untouchable. They're pretty much untouchable regardless. Holy moly, man.
We passed the dad jokes. Oh, we went back to it because we're done early. It's 4 hours and 4.5 hours in, and I already made up 3 bottles of e-liquid for him.
He streamlined in the day. He's flew through it. He's flew through the day.
He said I flew through it. I streamlined it too much.
I'm not complaining.
What'd you do?
I slept.
I'm like, what?
Slept the whole time.
She slept the whole time. She says, I did a lot of work today. I'm like, what'd you do? I slept.
That sounds like
it's
hard
my
work
day
today.
Off.
Like,
I slept.
That sounds really hard.
I don't blame her.
What did I do on Sunday?
You got your ass off.
I'm going to bake. I'm making strawberry crunch cake. Strawberry crunch bar cheesecake.
Did you hear that? She's making strawberry crunch cheesecake.
Put some of that in my box and I'll.
He's like, throw some of that in my box. Love you.
Love it. Absolutely.
It is very hot up here.
I've just had to turn the heating off in our house. I was cooking before. Absolutely sweating. That's a rarity here.
The more risky a drug is, the greater the need to legally regulate it.
Well,
that's the truth. How else are you going to get a safe supply if you do not legalize it and then apply reasonable regulations that everybody can follow?
Exactly. And that counts for a lot of stuff, not just a drug. Fucking hell, man.
All right, we got one more lovely thing here. Mallory dropped it in the Discord. And since we still have a couple minutes left, I might as well share it with y'all. If Discord loads. Yes, I know I'm streaming live.
Yeah. Tell me something I don't know for once, you stupid bloody thing.
Are you all ready? Need I remind you that this is an adult-only show?
Oh, no.
Hand jobs for the whole family. The Book of Household Fun.
Gangbang, take your unit to Pound Town. Create a rhythmic adventure for the entire family with a quality gangbang. This hand job takes rhythm, but it's easy to get everyone bumping and grinding together. Raid the kitchen for pots, pans, and wooden spoons, and gather in the living room. Take turns making beats. The more the merrier when it comes to a good gangbang, so invite your friends. Even if you finish early, it's always fun to watch others get down and pound.
What the hell?
Sausage party. Get those hot buns ready. When Daddy and his pals have a sausage party, it's loads of fun, and guess what? You can join in too. Although it's mostly a grown-up hand job, you can lend a hand by getting the weenies ready for the grill and helping your parents bring in the sizzling meat for a tasty feast. And remember that nothing makes a sausage party complete without grabbing some tasty hot buns. Scissoring. Open wide to cut through the tension. Mommy and her closest friends love to scissor together. You can imagine why, as you can do it with 1, 2, or even 3 other friends. From cutting through old bed sheets to make a quilt or slicing pictures from a scrapbook, scissoring is a great activity to make memories happen. Boys can get in on the action too, even if they prefer just watching the ladies open wide. Watching the pussy. Let's clean that furry beast. Sometimes even the cutest things you want to pet get a little bit smelly. And after a meal of salmon, even a bit fishy. Yuck. Oh. Your pussycat is no exception. Do not worry. Even the tiniest of hands can take on this hand job. Grab some soap, a sponge, and some rubbing, and you'll have your kitty purring in no time. In some cases, mommies and daddies like a hairless pussy. But the washing is just the same.
Holy moly.
Bare boning. Slide it and get that bone out. This hand job requires an adult, but you can always watch mommy and daddy do the bare boning for this task. A set of tweezers, a knife, and some gentle hands will do. Some people wear rubber gloves, but it's hard to get the feel with protection. Make sure you pull out the bone before you finish. That way you can enjoy your tasty meal without any regrets.
Oh, God.
I will be putting a link to hand jobs for the whole family in the bottom left-hand corner because this is too good. It's too good.
What do you think?
That's brilliant. What the hell?
Mallory dropped that on the Discord server earlier this week. I'm like, we'll skip over this for the dad joke section. And then I'm like, oh, well, we're done early for the show, so might as well include that in there. Nothing like a little adult entertainment to humor you.
Oh my God. That's so good. It was so good, that like. Nice one, Mary.
Your childhood ruined.
Oh my God.
The lovely books that are available anywhere.
That's shocking. That's absolutely shocking. And all the dirty minds will be doing overtime.
Almost as shocking as this Aspire PockeX. I get it now. This is a fantastic little vape.
I liking that, yeah?
If I would have bought this as a starter kit, I would have been able to quit smoking. I would have had to find the right liquid to put in it, not almond milk.
Oh, no.
That's what I tried to quit smoking with originally. It was almond milk. Because they were like, I wanted something similar to the cigarette I was smoking. I was Marlboro Menthol Gold 100s. And they're like, oh, no, you don't want to go with a tobacco flavor. There's no tobacco-y liquid that tastes like what your cigarette tastes like. You need to give me something that, you might enjoy eating or drinking. I'm like, well, I enjoy drinking almond milk. I see you got almond milk there.
Yeah.
He could have said, maybe you should try a fruity, sweet flavor first. He's like, no, you want almond milk? I'll sell you almond milk. How many packs a day do you smoke? I said, well, it depends. During the week, it's 1. On a Friday or Saturday, when I'm DJing, or Sunday if I got a board meeting, it's 3. He's like, oh, 3? You need an 18 milligram.
Boom.
I didn't realize when I was going to put that into my Aspire Atlantis kit that it was going to rape my throat. They said I should appreciate the throat hit that I get off of that, and it would be similar to my cigarette. I'm like, you've never smoked a menthol cigarette, man. Maybe the first time you smoke a menthol cigarette, it would be rough on your throat, but after that, it's like comforting and soothing to your throat.
Yeah.
When you're used to that menthol.
18 milligram. See, that I started on 24, I think I started on when it was legal here. It used to be when I first started vaping, 24 was legal. I think that was your top before the poured down to 20. And I started on 24, but I didn't last 2 minutes on that because it was too harsh. And he dropped it straight down to 16. And that was mint. It was 16, was spot on. It was really nice. It totally dulled all my cravings in one thing. I mean, I wasn't vaping that much, to be honest, when I first started vaping, because it was just dulling my cravings. And then after that, I kind of self-dropped, because I kind of knew when I was ready to drop. So I went straight down from 16. I went plummeted to 6. And I'd done all right on 6. I was quite all right with 6. I probably could have stayed on 6 because I don't mind 6 now and then. And then I thought, nah. I was on that decline and I've dropped to 3 and I've been on 3 ever since. I've tried a bit lower, and when I know when I'm too low because I chain. So to stop that chain, I was just upping it to where I didn't chain vape. And 3's about where I'm at now. I'd probably do a 6, but 3's where. But these are 20s, these things, and they're all right, for work. Nothing talking about, but I still prefer me.
That was like the biggest piece of misinformation, even from fellow vapors out there, is you need to find the milligram that works for you. If you're going to be direct to lung, then you need to have a 3 or a 6. If you're going to be, old school direct to lung, then you can go with a 12 or an 18, whatever you need. And then it's like, okay, I got done with that, and I'm like, I'm happy with my 6. And then I tapered down to a 3. And then next thing I know, I was vaping a bottle that I forgot to nick up. And I went through the whole bottle before realizing when I got to the bottle that was nicked up that, this past week I've been vaping 0. And yeah, the first day or two I was, vaping more than normal, but the rest of the time, it was no different than any other week.
That's kind of how I figured out where I sit. If I started chain vaping, I knew it wasn't enough. So that it just got upped or put to wherever.
But see, I vape like I smoked all the time. If I'm not doing something, I've got to vape my hand, I'm going to vape it. I can't do that with these disposables. No. We took that when we were driving out to Cleveland the last time. I take 2 or 3 puffs of it, and then I got to put the thing down for half an hour.
Well, I'm like that with these. I vape much less on these. I don't vape as much. I mean, it depends. Sometimes on the mood you're in. Sometimes I can sit and chain, and some days I'm not. It's dependent, isn't it? It just depends on the day you're having or whatever. And it's but with these,
Alban has 2 months, and he'll be a vapor for 13 years. Patrick, 14 years later, I vape 12 milligram and 18 milligram.
Wow. Christ. Too long. I've been vaping for 10 years. I've actually been vaping about 10 years now. 2013, 2014, I think I started. I kind of tried it earlier on, but it just didn't wash with it at the time. I was just coughing like a banshee, so I just stuck with the cigarettes for a while. But full vaping, I'd say it was 13, 14 for me. It was roughly when I actually quit. And obviously I'd done the channel later on afterwards. I thought I would get into the vaping before I'd done a channel, and that's how it kind of worked out. I didn't intend to do a channel.
This is crazy, man. I quit keeping track of it. My Tobacco Independence Day was September 27th, 2019. That is 1,901 days ago. I quit smoking.
Holy 2019.
That's 5.2 years. I've been smoke-free.
Yeah. Well done, sir. Well done.
I never did a 5-year celebration. I never even thought about it.
No, because you do.
It's just, I looked at it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's my quit day coming up. Blew right by it.
The time, you just kind of keep track of it, and that's the thing, you know what I mean?
It did not seem like it's been 5 years.
Yeah. It flies over, honestly. You don't realize you like to, and then you kind of start to think, well, when did I quit? And like, you kind of question it when you quit. It can't be that. I didn't quit then. It can't be that long. Surely it's not that long. And you're like, it is. You're like, whoa, you know what I mean?
Al Benz, February 10th, 2012.
Wow. So he was a year or two before me. I was about 2013, 2014. That's when the vaping was in its heyday. You know what I mean? When it was big, massively grown. Yeah, man.
That's unbelievable. How time has flown right by. Mallory Gates, September 17th, 2014. Unreal, man.
I'm saying, when you look back, you think, is it really that long? Can't be that long. Bloody is that long. But yet it seems like yesterday. But then when you look back, it seems like yesterday as well, doesn't it? You're like, I can always remember my first vape that I stuck with. I just stuck with it, you know. There was a Kangatech pen, and I just stuck with it. I was coughing like a banshee for days on it. At first, I was going, no, keep going. And I finally got used to it. And then once I got used to it, I never looked back.
Congratulations to us.
Hell yeah, man. And it's proof that it works, because I was a hardened smoker. I thought I would never ever want to quit. I thought I would never quit. I was heavily dependent on cigarettes. And here I am 10 years later, smoke free.
I almost gave up trying to quit.
Yeah.
Because I literally tried everything there was to try, including ridiculous things like acupuncture.
I think the worst thing for me was that Champix. That was vile. Them tablets, the fucking...
The wild, wicked dreams that feel 100% real.
Oh, honestly, that was mad, that stuff. I had a dead arm off it. My left arm was dead. And that was me smoking hand. I'm thinking, this can't be right. My arm was always dead. It was wicked. And just like I said, I got headaches and everything off it. I thought, fuck that. No way. But at the end of the day, you know, we don't want to blow too much sunshine up everybody's arse about vaping being the savior of quitting smoking. You've got to want to quit before you do anything. If you don't want to quit, vaping will not work. You've got to have the mindset to quit. That's another tool that a lot of people mention. You've got to have that mindset that you want to quit. So if you don't want to quit, you won't.
There are a few people that are accidental quitters where they picked up a vape and they enjoyed it so much that they never wanted to pick up a cigarette again. But they're far and few in between. Like with me, when I first did it, I was a dual user because I was like, yeah, this vape's okay. But I would just instinctively reach for my cigarettes. It wasn't until we were going camping that weekend and I says, we're leaving our cigarettes at home. Smoke all you want now, because starting tomorrow morning, our cigarettes are done.
Yeah. But you had that's what I'm saying, you had that mindset that you wanted to quit. And that's half the battle. If you don't want to quit, you never will. You could vape, you could smoke, you could do both. If you don't want to quit smoke, you just won't. You've got to want to quit. And that's the thing, like I said, it's the thing a lot of people don't mention. You've got to want to do it. Otherwise, you're wasting your time.
And you have to find the flavor that's going to work for you.
Yeah.
You can't vape something that you do not love.
No.
Because
And that
you will
is-
instinctively say, well, this is nice, but I'd rather have a cigarette. Because we loved our smoking. We loved our cigarettes.
Definitely, but again, like you say, you find that flavour. That's the niche that you've got to partly like experiment with your journey down. Actually, like you said, if you get a flavour, you think, oh, it's disgusting. You don't want that. You've got to try another. You've got to keep trying until you find what you want. Otherwise,
That's the way it was for us.
yeah. I mean, when I started, they give us a Kangatak pen and they give us this pear. It was a pear juice. I remember this day. It was a 10 ml bottle. It tasted nothing like pear. It was fucking vile. It tasted worse than a cigarette. It was bitter. It was chemically. There was no pear at all. It was just horrid. And I went, I'm not doing this, I'm not. If that's what it tastes like, nah, didn't want it.
Robert Lawyer's having a flashback. Quit in 2015,
Kangatek.
started with Blue and moved to Kangatek.
Yeah, Kangatek was how I started. They were good. They were good in the day. Kangatek now, they just kind of disappeared.
Like E-Leaf.
Well, right.
Where's E-Leaf?
Mm-hmm.
So many people talk about the E-Leaf Pico.
The E-Leaf Pico?
And
yeah.
Here, this is an E-Leaf mod that we did.
But
The Espion.
The starter
This
kits
is a
in that day was
Joytech. My apologies. Joytech.
E-Leaf and Aspire were the two main companies that were done your starter kits. Because I remember a lot of E-Leaf starter kits as well. Kangatek were there, but they weren't as big as E-Leaf and Aspire. They were like floating around in the background. But yeah, after that, I went to I think my first model, a Smock kit. I think it was the Smock Alien kit, if I remember correct. Very first kit. You have mail. I think Smock brought a new one out again. Apparently, I think Mike Vape did it. With a kit. If I remember correctly. No. Was it Mike Vape? Can't remember. Blah blah blah. La 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 la. Come over here, baby. Ah, fuck it. I'll stick it in there. V-A-P. Oh.
James R., hello and welcome.
Hello,
we got to see
James.
your ugly mug on the news earlier. We were doing our Twitter news. We shared your lovely picture with your vape.
Yeah, I was just saying, Mike Vape's on Smock are bringing a new kit out. It's the Smock X Priv Plus and the X Priv Solo. So we've got a single and a dual kit coming on. I haven't seen them
Still
for a
have that
while.
bottle that got me off of smoking, February 2012. Maple Pancake.
Wow.
80 PG, 80-20 PGVG.
Well, that's pretty much max VG, isn't it?
I've got one bottle of my candy cane left that I used.
He's candy cane. He loves that candy cane.
Awesome town.
Oh, very nice.
0 milligram.
And that's for Crimbo.
The Sauce
So how old
LA
is that?
was the company I bought that from.
So how old's
5
that
years old.
bottle then? 5 years. Jesus.
Yeah.
Is this still vapeable like?
I'm sure it is because there's no nick in it.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Should do. Fucking hell. 5-year-old bottle of vape. Holy moly.
Color hasn't changed. It was always that color.
Yeah. Bit of nostalgia, mate. Bit of nostalgia. Good old vape shit, eh?
Honestly, I was saving that until, my 5-year anniversary, but I wanted to make sure that whenever I do open it, I can try to clone it. Because the Sauce LA has been gone a long time. They bailed right before the PMTA deadline. So they had their clearance sale, and that's why I have that Purple Rain to send you.
Yes, yeah, that's right, yeah.
You got 2 bottles in your box for this year, because I still have like 8 of them left.
Really? Are you not a fan of it, like?
I vaped so much Purple Rain that I just got tired of it. I now have what I think is a vape aversion to grape. I just don't care for grape anymore. Now, there is one exception that I found out recently.
Oh, here
Neil Pitts has this white grape tangerine that we mixed up.
All right.
And when I first mixed it up, I'm like, that sounds all right. And then I came back to it a month afterwards, and I'm like, holy shit, I can actually taste all of that in there now. Couldn't taste it on the shake, though. All I got was my grape, and I'm like, I don't need grape.
No, but like sometimes when you look back and you've started something, you got fed up with it and you haven't done it for a while. Sometimes when you like reintroduce it, you think, why did I stop vaping this? You know what I mean? It's one of them things. I've done it with a couple of juices that I've, like I said, the Purple Rain, I've pretty much quit smoking on Purple Rain. And I thought, I don't want to say this again. I've done it. I've been there, done it. And yet, when you revisit it, you think, it's still good as what it was then. You know what I mean? You just look, you think, now I know why I quit on this. Because it was so good. It's just, and it's nice to do that. Go back now and then and try a bottle of what you used to do.
I do that from time to time, especially because after that Purple Rain stint, I went to OG Blue, the original OG Blue, before they reformulated it for salts, and then they reformulated it for their PMTA application and whatnot. And for me was Liquid Barn, Blue Raspberry Cotton Candy. I made my own. And for me, that became my all-day vape all the time. That's all I mixed up. I used to buy the 500 milliliters of flavoring from Liquid Barn to make it, because that's all I made. Before I started experimenting in all these other flavors.
This was the brand. It was V-Juice Purple Rain. That's where we're. It was V-Juice Purple Rain. Now, this used to be called Hulk Blood. But obviously, I think with copyright, where they mentioned Hulk, they've changed it to Beast Blood. And this is what my wife kind of quit on as well. For a time. You know, she quit for a little while, but she went back on. But V-Juice was big in my time when I quit. Everything, my local brick and mortar shop, that's all the stock was V-Juice. There's various different flavors of V-Juice. I think they're still going today, actually. Positive they're still going. And I used to use their Purple Rain. That was what I loved, Purple Rain. But that green one used to be called Hulk's Blood. But they've changed the name to Beast Blood, so I don't know if they've had like some kind of copyright claim or something on the
Plus,
name.
how many flavoring companies have come and gone since then, too?
Oh,
God, used to be all kinds of other flavoring companies that you can't find anymore. Jungle flavors and God knows what all the different ones were.
I mean, that's like a kind of a fruit. It's a fruity-based juice as well, isn't it? But it's just green. But,
and then during Thanksgiving, I even saw somebody was talking about there's a flavoring company I never heard of before. That posting was Grenberry Farms or something. I guess they're up in Seattle or somewhere in Northwest. They're closing up shop now, and they were clearancing everything they had until it was gone.
Well, I've noticed the other day, we've just had a new vape shop open, a brick and mortar. And I've been meaning to give it a visit to see what it's like. Looks interesting. He's got a lot of disposables in, obviously. But it looks like he's got quite a good stock of juice as well. So I was just gonna check out his prices basically, and I'll see what they're charging nowadays. Because the guy I used to go to regularly, because before he had like a shop next door, and his vape shop, and the flats upstairs. His dad owned the lot, and his dad sold up, and that's why the vape shop shut. And that's when I bought all that stock. But he used to do me some fantastic deals, man. I could get 2 bottles, 120 ml, with Nick shots for 18 quid. I never paid more than 20 quid for 2 bottles. Now, I don't know if he charged me mate rates, but that's what I'm saying. I've never paid more than 12 quid for a bottle of commercial e-liquid. Never paid any more. And I went to one shop once, and I got it was a custard. It was a brown sugar custard. That's what it was called. It was called brown sugar custard. 100 ml bottle. He charged us 19 quid for it. And then he fucking fell over. I thought, fair enough. It must be a quality brand. Took it, it was absolutely vile. Absolutely.
Mate, you think that's bad? Back before my wife got into these whole disposable things, she walked into a vape shop in town because she ran out of e-liquid when she was at work. There was a vape shop right around the corner. They did a bunch of cannabis stuff that they sold there, but they had nicotine e-liquid there. She paid $45 for a 30 ml bottle of e-liquid.
Really? $45? Holy shit.
For 30 mils. 30 milligrams.
Did you like it though? That's the question.
Not for what it cost.
No.
That's when she came home and she's like, go place a flavor order. These are the flavors I want. Make me an e-liquid that I can vape. That's what started this whole flavoring journey.
I can't believe that. $45 for 30 mil. Wow. That's daylight.
Yeah, and they blamed it all on the Pennsylvania tax. 40% tax, they said. I'm like, 40% tax? I mean, shit. We used to buy 100 mil bottles for $10.
Yeah. I wonder if them days will ever come back under Trump. I'm curious to see what he does. Very curious. Whether he does drop the tax on it or, again, he reshuffles FDA to start putting more PMTAs through. You just don't have it.
Well, it's not a federal tax. That's a whole state tax. That's why it varies. Different states have different things. Some have none. Some have only e-liquid. Some have hardware. Some it's all products, wholesale price tax.
No, but at the end of the day, if you're buying, like say, one shot that's got 0 nick in it, and you're paying all that amount of tax on it before you put the nick in it. Exactly.
There's no nick in it.
You could put it in like you said, you could put it in a fog machine. It would work perfectly well.
Yeah.
So why? Wow, it's just phenomenal, man, honestly. But then again, with these buggers here in the UK, we could be going the same way. Like I say, when they're going to charge this amount of tax on so many ml of juice, you're like, what?
Mick changed his name. His channel name. Dusty says.
Did he? I like Mick. He's just his sound. He's absolutely sound.
He changed it back to his name. Matter of fact, he's live right now.
No way.
Welcome to the new show called Canceled. Mick Beavers. 16 watching.
What the calling him, Mick what?
His name, Mick Beavers. MICK BEEVERS. He's live right now.
Mick Beavers.
Welcome to the new show called Canceled.
Hey. Should get him on now. He's a taxi driver, unfortunately, but he's a cracking bloke.
Although tonight was.
Holy moly.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to call it quits here, and I'll jump over onto his show.
Want to do that, yeah? Mick Beaver's review stuff. Is he live now, like?
Yup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape. I want you to all go over and join his show live and say Hunky sent you. All right?
Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah.
It's the least we can do. He had me over on as a guest. Merry Christmas to all of you if you're not going to be here next week. And then
we'll be
next
off
week. The week after
2
that.
weeks. Week after that, maybe it's New Year's Eve as well, because I think I'm at work. So we shall see. We shall see.
Peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. We'll see you same time, same place next week for one more show before the holiday break.
Awesome. Again, thank you, boys and girls, for joining us. Absolutely love it. Remember, hit that like button, smash that like button. If you're on the replay, do the same, smash that like button. Don't remember to upload all your dad jokes, your videos, your hand checks on all the usual social media. And my big thanks to Alex always for, I don't know how he's put up with me for so long, but we're still here, we're still alive, we're still going. Bastard. But until next week, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Even though it was cold, we were never wearing proper clothes. Always trying to be cool, trying to be those bad guys, smoking cigarettes behind the school. Always trying to be cool, trying to be those bad guys, you know. I still think about what we had when we were younger. We were never running out of time. As long as we had each other, oh, everything was black and white. Driving in a car, never knowing how far we go. When we were younger, when we were younger, I remember a girl. I would sneak into her parents' house.